Hey, welcome everybody. We're here for King of Dragon Pass, and of course I've got Doc in tow.
I finally got this guy to play this game after literally years of talking about it.
Let me know if you can hear Doc okay. Unfortunately, this game mutes the moment I click off of it.
Might be a little bit quiet.
Say that again?
Yeah, I might be a little bit quiet. I might be a little bit quiet on their end because I usually have to be boosted pretty heavily to talk. But, you know, go off of what they say, not off of what I say.
Yeah, for sure. Let me grab my chat window so it's close on hand.
Go listen to it myself. I actually do sound fine, personally.
The joy of application audio capturing every single program I have means I can fine-tune it. All right. Well,
so King of Dragon Pass is an intensely unique clan management sim where you're expected to follow and play according to the culture of the clan, the culture of something that does not actually exist, but is very well realized anyway because it's a game set in Glorantha, a setting from like the 60s that Greg Stafford wrote, if you've ever heard of Greg Stafford.
Is it like based on a book series or something, or?
No, but it has been used in stuff. I think there are probably a few Glorantha books, a few games, a few tabletop games, RuneQuest being the most famous of them for that. 13th Age has a 13th Age in Glorantha, like version of it, things like that. It's very, very unique, and the setting is extremely interesting. It's a fantasy setting written by an anthropologist, basically, rather than by someone who's a fan of fantasy.
Gotcha. There's a I feel like the tradition of an academic writing fiction about the thing they're an academic of has a pretty good track record. Like, you know, Tolkien making his own conlang is like, yeah, sure, but that's your wheelhouse, buddy.
Yeah.
Let's.
Greg Stafford, I think, passed away a few years ago, unfortunately. But the setting is still around, and if I remember right, it's also very easy to contribute to. People like just write stuff and like send it to each other, and it's like, okay, yeah, it's part of Glorantha now, and it's very interesting.
Nice. Since this is all mouse based, let me make sure I'm capturing my cursor. I had hit it, but I don't need to. There we go. All right.
All right, so this is the starting stuff. Every choice you make here matters.
Okay. All right.
Like,
well,
mechanically.
I'll try to make the best ones possible. So Doc is obviously an expert on this game. I mean, I'm not too hung up on like Doc giving me his personal insight. He and I have already talked a little bit about kind of how to let this roll, because it's obviously complicated. I want kind of a somewhat blind experience, and Doc is well versed in this. So we're navigating it.
An important thing about this, there's going to be multiple answers to things, and it's not like all of them are wrong and there's only one correct answer. There's frequently multiple correct answers and multiple answers that aren't necessarily like wrong, but are maybe not super helpful to do now, but could be other times, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
So even if it was like a instance of I could backseat this, and I kind of can, I'm not gonna, and it wouldn't necessarily be even like accurate to do so for me to do so dependently. Much of it is your choices and like what it are interested for you to do.
Sure.
So my like personal goal on this is actually to explain reasons for why Orlanthi do stuff. Think of me as an 8 member of the Ring.
There you
That's
go.
going to be in the game.
Okay, there once was a time when gods and people walked the earth together. Your clan traces its ancestry back to those times. Your clan history begins when you joined the forces of the storm god Orlanth. Back then, Orlanth was simply one of many upstart rebellious gods bent on conquest of the world. Orlanth's unique contributions at that time were personal honor and close kinship to the other deities who seemed to be on the winning side. After many tribulations, adventures, and discoveries, Orlanth proved himself worthy of marrying Ernalda, the Earth Mother. The two formed the marriage ring and created a harmony in the world through this sacred bond. Your clan took part in the wedding ceremony. Most clans either whooped Orlanth or learned a secret from Ernalda.
With them, yeah.
Whooped with him. Okay, that has a very different meaning from how I read that sentence the first time.
They whoop with him, as in they partied hard.
Sure. I thought they were saying they kicked his ass. A few clans stood with Elmal, god of horses and the sun. Man, he got all the cool stuff. As an honor guard. How did you prepare for the great marriage?
This is the most important choice. This is basically determining exactly what kind of clan you are.
Okay.
If you stand with Elmal, then you are Elmali. That means you're still Orlanthi, but that means that you revere Elmal as your most important god. Elmali are warlike and a little bit more aggressive, and they're also much more patriarchal. So you're going to be expected to have more men on the ring, for instance, and things like that. Now, with Orlanth, then that's the kind of the average playthrough, if you're going to be Orlanthi. Pretty much assume that basically, if there's going to be any extremes, Orlanthi do things a little bit more, averaged out.
Okay.
Then there's Ernalda down there, which is your clan will become matriarchal. You are, Ernaldans, and you are slightly more peace-like. Not fully. You can still play as an Ernaldan war clan, for example, but it's not necessarily like the go-to for that.
See,
this is purely a playstyle choice.
If you hadn't told me, I would have gone with Elmal because he's the god of horses and the sun, and that sounds like that kicks ass. But if they're going to be really warlike, I don't know if that's how I want to play.
They're not. You can also play as an Elmal peace clan. You're not actually required to be particularly warlike. I was just saying in general terms.
Yeah, I could learn a secret from Ernalda though.
True. The most important thing that this does is it determines the makeup of your ring.
Sure.
Honestly.
I'm gonna go with God of Horses in the Sun. He sounds that's a god I'm getting behind. Don stood guard with Elmal. Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's more accurate way of putting it. The Elmali are best suited to being warlike.
Sure.
Does not necessarily mean that they are.
Okay. So maybe I'll just be bad at diplomacy. Orlanth's struggle to remake the world was just beginning, and many other gods joined him in it. Orlanth fought Yelm the Bright Emperor, and undertook many wars of conquest. Other more peaceful deeds were just as important. Your earliest famous event was the healing of Orlanth, when the merciful goddess Chalana Oroi joined Orlanth's tribe. The 100-day hunt, when Orlanth and his son Odila tracked the Skybear. Jested settlement, where Orlanth and Isseries, the talking god, outwitted foreign deities in a difficult negotiation. The procession of the animals, where Uralda, the cow mother, led the sacred herds into Orlanth's stead. When Barntar, son of Orlanth and Ernalda, learned of harnessing oxen to plow. Ooh. When Lonkormai, the knowing god, learned how to use the marking bone, which could mark signs of power upon anything. And when Pella, the pottery god, made the first pot to store grain in. Every time I think I've scrolled to the bottom, I have not yet. When Roytina, Lady of Dance, first did the clan-making dance.
These all have just an additional bonus to you. I think a number of them start you with a small shrine of that particular god, and then some have smaller bonuses. There's a large pantheon for Orlanthi, yeah.
Sure. Lonkormai, the knowing god, sounds interesting.
I've got one question for you.
Yeah.
What is most important in life?
What is most important in life? Knowledge.
You're wrong, it's cows.
Okay.
So, I'm just going to throw that out there. You can do whatever you want, but just always keep that in mind in the back of your head. The most important thing is cows.
Yeah, as soon as I started up the game, it was, Gateway of Last Resort. Dropped a no penalty backseating. I finally have good advice. Please get as many cows as you can. Yeah.
You can back that up that's good advice. I say that purely as a goof. You can choose all of these. They're not. It's not
sure.
It is not a major decision. It does not significantly change what you're going to do going forward.
So if I have to make the assumption that this is going to give me some sort of bonuses going forward, I kind of like the idea of Orlanth and Isseries, the talking god, outwitted foreign deities. Maybe that helps me with negotiation in some way. And the knowing god, marking signs of power. I have no idea what that means, and it sounds really kick-ass.
Yeah, also sure. Good options. they're all good options.
I want to be very good at diplomacy. I'm going to pick this one, even though it's the less interesting option. You decide that your ancestors took the Nalda Bin as thralls. They see nothing wrong with the practice. Otherwise, they dislike the institution of slavery. Based.
Okay, so there's one thing that is the only hard rules of Orlanthi society are two things. One, no one can make you do anything you don't want to do. But two, no one can live alone. So it's kind of a like, there's a dichotomy that going on there, and it depends on kind of like which one that they like take on as a branch of their primary like thing. So there are Orlanthi who take thralls. They are generally disliked by the rest of them, but that's not actually 100% guaranteed.
Right.
Because they think that the more of the like, no one can live alone, stuff like that,
So Orlanth succeeded in remaking the world, thus began the golden era called the Storm Age. Orlanth's son Vinkat was a famous warlord during this time. Most people in the area were his followers. He introduced new principles, such as the rule of hospitality, which said that after you invited people into your steads, you could not attack or harm them. Thus was much treachery banished from Orlanthi society. Many who would have survived agreed to his new ways in order to gain his protection. He was a great organizer and helped many scattered people form into new clans and tribes. Your clan was one of those aided by King Vinkat. After you proved yourselves robust and capable of survival, Vinkat placed a remnant people under your protection. They were the Nalda Bin, or stick farmers. You had a choice of whether to make them into thralls or adopt them as members of your clan. Adopted as family. I do not wish to make slaves.
Completely understandable.
Your ancestors expected you to retain enmity to their ancient enemies who are still around to bedevil you. The foes of Vinkatlings were many, and your people fought hard against them. Which one of them in particular did you fight? Boztakang, the Troll Lord, Ukhar Gra, King of the Basmali Beastmen, Chinkis Mor, the Elf Warlord, Tada the Green, Champion of the Flatland called Prax, Vesvena, Warlord of the Ice Tribe.
I will warn you that one of these is the hard mode choice.
Okay. Do I want to avoid that hard mode choice, or is that just a road you go down sometimes?
I would recommend avoiding that. I would recommend avoiding the Beastman one. Otherwise, choose whatever you like.
Okay. Okay. Well, I made enemies personally with Tada the Green, champion of the Flatland called Prax. The Fratland. They were...
Makes sense.
The bros were not having it. The Storm Age ended in disaster.
People are talking about the ducks right there. I'm not even mentioning the ducks. It's just the beastmen in general are nasty.
Yeah. The Storm Age ended in disaster when the gods and creatures of chaos came and destroyed nearly everything. Orlanth and his allies fought hard, but chaos almost always won. Many gods died, and new ones rose to prominence. Many people died, too. Catastrophes shook the world. The sunfall, the rain of blood, and the terrible laughing tsunami. The darkness got so bad that even Orlanth and his companions had to abandon humans to their own destiny. Only a few deities, either small ones or weak ones, remained. The world stagnated and died. Your clan was diminished to a ragged handful of hardy survivors. Bummer. War clans can devote more clan magic toward war, and more of the farmers can muster to fight. Peace clans can devote more clan magic toward crops and herds. Balanced clans are in the middle. Well, that's the definition. Hjort the king was the leader who emerged amid the turmoil of the darkness. The efforts of Hjort and his companions helped set the world in order again. He created the laws that we follow to this day. One of the great distinctions which Hjort discerned among his clans was that some of them tended toward either peace or war, while others maintained balance between those two principles. Which kind was your clan? I mean,
worth noting one thing.
Yeah.
Even a peace clan is expected to raid sometimes.
Yeah,
it's not all the time.
I kind of figure that the answer here is probably balanced. Yeah, I feel like the answer is probably balanced. For a first playthrough, I have a hard time imagining that I benefit much from like going all in one direction than getting owned in the other. You begin with a shrine to the deity you first awakened or continued to worship. As always, different choices change the game, but none is best. Thanks. Finally, the sun rose again. While the rest of society worked to protect themselves, find food, or otherwise just survive, The first priests worked to re-establish links with the ancient deities. With a new harmony between people and deities, the world was slowly improved. Once the awakening process had begun, it got easier and went quicker as the gods woke each other too. Who was the first deity which your clan helped to awaken? None. Our ancestors are sick as fuck. Your ancestors? Whack. Is there not like is there no reason to just like synergize with previous choices I've made?
You can if you want.
Alright. Well, we woke
There's
up...
no incorrect choice here.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Well, since I took Isseries, I could synergize with that, but I think I'm going to take Lancor Mai since that's the other one I was kind of interested in. I'm going to multi-class here.
Fun note, Isseries and Lancor Mai as gods are rivals of each other.
Oh,
They're
man.
still allies, but they are rivals. You have an interesting setup going on at the moment.
Nice. Things have been different since the dawn 1,300 years ago. Orlanth and the other gods retreated from the world, leaving it to mortals. You can still contact them through ritual and sacrifice, or enter their realm by reenacting stories about their deeds, which contain great magic, but they no longer walk beside you. When you settled in a new place, you mark this great change in the world by naming your land not after a god, but after a mortal like yourselves. You called it Hjortland, in honor of the king who taught you how to survive during the darkness. About 600 years ago, a dragon approached you. Hey, someone said they hoped this game had dragons. I gotta tell you, it delivered. Dragon approached you.
Martha's got dragons, all right.
That's a foreboding
Sure
state. Oh
does.
yeah, it's full of dragons. You'll see. About 600 years ago, a dragon approached you. In either its own form or that of a human with a dragon soul inside it. The dragons had always been hostile, or at the very best, utterly uncaring. Orlanth was always the dragon slayer. You had to choose whether to believe it and cooperate, and learn to do what dragons know, or whether to maintain neutrality. What was your attitude toward the dragons? I want the dragon knowledge. I want the forbidden knowledge.
Okay.
Most of the people who said yes to the dragons moved to the Dragon Pass, a land to the north of your home. You stayed in Hjortland. It's a good thing, too, for a little over 200 years ago, the dragons rose up and ate everyone who lived in Dragon Pass. They ate the Orlanthi along with all of the other foolish human dragon friends. Damn, it's like that out here, huh?
So, even though this happened, if you reacted positively, you are still going to be expected to react positively to dragons.
Oh, sick. For a long time, no humans went to Dragon Pass. They were sure that the dragons would eat them too. You know what? That's a safe bet. That's honestly safe bet. Recent events made you think twice about the abandoned land of Dragon Pass. A generation ago, a usurper who called himself the Pharaoh came to Hjortland and started a civil war. Your clan broke into disputes, sometimes violent, about whether to support the Pharaoh. In the end, your group of dissidents decided it would be better to risk the dangers of Dragon Pass than to stay and kill your own kin. The greatest sin an Orlanthi can commit. Those unable to live under the Pharaoh would move northward to Dragon Pass. People of similar beliefs from other clans had already made the same decision and settled there, so you made a new clan, just as your ancestors had done in the days of King Hjort. Your new clan made the dangerous trek to Dragon Pass and selected a place to live. Like other Orlanthi refugees from Hjortland, you settled in Quivinaland, a mountainous area in the southeast of Dragon Pass. You would call these lands your home, or Tula. Tradition required you to make a formal land claim. How much land did you claim?
This is just how big your territory is.
I feel like if you claim too much, then you have to defend too much.
That is, in fact, the downside. You need large patrols to patrol a large set of land.
But more land also means perhaps more agriculture.
It's true. And more pasture. Cows.
I'm understanding the value of cows. I'll probably say more than we needed to grow into. That seems like a comfortably... It feels like I'm going to be very... It feels like it's going to be tough at as much as we needed, no more.
In the grand scheme of things, this is a, early game versus late game difficulty question when you get down
Right.
to it, you know?
Sure. It's like, do I have to, like, manage it right away, or do I have to fight later to gain more land or something?
Yeah.
I'll say more than we needed.
That's a perfectly simple setup for that.
Alright, victory condition, forge a tribe and remain king for 10 years. Difficulty can be scaled, that doesn't change that. Become the first king of Dragon Pass.
Okay, so the short game versus long game. The thing about this is that what they mean there is, yeah, that's a short game versus a long game. The long game has an entire set of more things you have to do after forming the tribe. The short game, you just have to form the tribe, basically, as they say, remain king for 10 years. The long game is an entire like third of the game after that, basically.
Just keeps going. I feel like playing King of Dragon Pass and not becoming King of Dragon Pass is a pass. I mean, so I think one of the things is that as like a taste of what effects my choices had, maybe playing the short game now, and then if I'm like, oh yeah, I'm vibing with this, I can make different choices and play the long game with those in mind.
Yeah, you can do that. Makes perfect sense.
Alright, so prepare for the marriage of Ronaldo and Ornanth. Your men and women stood guard with Elmal. Famous event was Jested Settlement. Adopted the strangers as family. Ancient enemy is Tada. I'm gonna pronounce it Tada from now on. Tada the Green. Balanced Clan, Lankormai. Positive towards dragons. Man, I can't wait for my next playthrough where I'm gonna say, fuck those dragons. And I have more land than I need.
Okay. So the very first thing that happens here is allotting your magic. You have access to magic that
Okay.
you have access to magic per year and whatnot. You can make these, assign these. You get benefits for doing so. Straightforward.
Gotcha.
You might not always notice it because this is a game with a lot of black box behind the scenes, like sometimes is a good idea, stuff to it. Is this your default ring? That's fair. Oh, you have a trickster on the ring immediately. Beautiful. We'll worry about it in a bit.
Is this random? Like,
So-
did my choices give me this collection of people, or is this?
So these are all random characters.
Okay.
They're fully randomly generated. But also the characters that you were generated with are also like, yeah, they're slightly influenced by you.
They're beholden to the choices I made.
So there is one downside of it. Looks like you have an Orlanthi as your leader right now, as opposed to an Elmali. You would generate more magic in the year if you had an Elmal ruler rather than a Orlanthi ruler, because you're Elmali.
Right.
Things like that. You have a nice balanced, you have an otherwise pretty balanced like group of people on your ring. Down the line, if I remember right by the symbols alone, because these are the runes of them. You have an Orlanthi leader, an Isserite, like trade leader probably. They don't have formal like positions on there otherwise, but I believe, yeah, Isserite for that one. That's an Urmali, a trickster, which is fun.
Okay. This is different than Elmal, right? Your Maul is.
The simple answer is think about it like this: Elmal is the horse's noble front half. Urmal is the horse's ass
Okay.
in the back half.
This guy worships
Orlon,
Lankormai.
yeah, so Lankormai. I believe that's a Chalana Aroyan.
Mhm.
Yes. That's a Barn Taurite, I think, with the square. No,
Ernaldan.
Ernaldan, sorry.
And-
And the last one is Humakti with the cross.
Okay. At this point, like, I guess, so what information should I be looking at here? So obviously I need to allocate my magic. The question is, like, these guys have text I can read and details
They
about
will
them.
give you advice based off of what their position is, basically. You can trust the ring for the most part. They will actually give you good advice,
Okay.
usually.
Spend what we can on mysteries so we can sacrifice to understand and perform Orlanth's blessings. Devote 3 to diplomacy. Then we should do rituals for war, trade, and mysteries. Leave something so we can deal with any crises that come up. So do I need to so it says reserve 7. Does that mean I allocate 7 points?
That you can allocate up to 7 points. It is not necessarily always a good idea to allocate all of them.
Okay, so that's what he was saying, is
magic,
like reserving some.
Yeah, so having some leftover magic is... It's kind of like a luck stat in some respects, and also just having it on hand to spend over time is also a good idea.
Okay. Our clan magic would be stronger if our chief were a devotee of Elmal.
Yeah, that's what I was mentioning. Starting with a renowned Langer Mayan custom, that's pretty good.
Renowned. What does custom mean in this case?
That is like law and poetry and things like that. Custom of your people is the idea.
It's easier keeping people healthy than trying to cure them later. I think we should allocate 2 to health magic and conserve a few points in case we need to call on Chalana Roy during the year.
Yeah, Chalana Roy being the goddess of, like, you know, health, healing, things like that.
Allot 2 to crop magic. Our herds are also important, so earmark 1 for them. Leave some magic available in case we need to call on the earth goddesses. By the way, with an Beralda worshipper on the ring, we could perform more livestock rituals.
Which is to say, you'd be able to devote an additional point of magic to herds.
How does that... you said allocate an additional... Oh, so I've only got 1 spot for herds.
You've only got 1 box on that for herds because of your setup of being... I think El Mali has a lower base herds value. And being balanced actually might give you that 1 as well, basically.
Okay.
Having no Uraldin on, or I think maybe Barntar allows herds as well. But anyway, so like what you're allowed to devote is dependent on what's in your clan ring and also like your basic type of clan, who's on your ring. I think also having shrines to them also allows you to do that. Also, yeah, that's true. The clan ring will occasionally conflict with each other, as in they have their own opinions on what is the correct thing to do, so you can't listen to all of them.
Right. I mean, I kind of want to put diplomacy high, but there's enough things here that I feel like I should be allocating points in that I feel like I'm going to be a little sparse one way or another. What is... I guess mysteries is...
The mysteries is... The number one thing mysteries does is what he's actually mentioning there. You can sacrifice to the gods to learn things about them. And by that, I mean... You learn, like, new blessings. You learn details about their hero quest, which is god LARPing, but it's actually a very important thing to do. Things like that. Like,
do I need a magic for that, or do I need to just allocate to mysteries for that?
You actually can get away with not allocating at all to it, but it's not as reliable if you don't.
Okay. Maybe I'll leave 1 there, because I find that intriguing, at least.
I'll tell you outright, by the way, of like what the structure of the game's year is. There's 10 like sections of a year where you get to like do things.
Right.
They're split up into 5 seasons. You get 2 per season, basically.
Like 2 rounds of magic?
2 rounds of things happening.
Okay. Our god talkers predict a more or less normal harvest. The Alink's spirits have chased off the vermin spirits. And there should be a few rats this year. That's great to hear. So there's value to me holding on to magic, like not spending them all.
There is.
Okay.
Correct.
So I'm gonna save 1. I mean, maybe I'd be better off saving more, but I will save 1. But is he saying something different now that I've allocated more? Or was that what he was saying before? We spend it all, we won't have anything left for emergencies. But if nothing unusual demands our magic, then we won't have gotten its benefit. I don't know which is better.
Because it's not mentioned anywhere in the game, there is also just a fundamental benefit for having some in reserve, because again, it's something of a luck stat if you
Gotcha.
have some in reserve.
So just the
You
more
never want
points
to
that I
go
hold on the
negative.
side, it kind of like passively gives me luck.
Sort of.
Yeah,
The
I'm sure
short
it'll make
answer is
more
you
sense
never
as we
want to
go
go
on.
negative.
Okay. Is there a way to go negative? If I go 0 and then I
There
need to
is.
use one for something, I can I can owe magic.
Kinda, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll keep that in mind. Let's let it roll. I think this will make more sense as we go, so it's probably best for me not to hem and haw over every little decision.
So from this screen right here, this is the clan screen. You can reorganize your clan ring, which you're allowed to actually just put someone as your leader at any time, basically. But doing the reorganize does take a chunk of the season,
Okay.
so you got to be careful about that. We have active blessing of Law Speaker going on right now. That's good. So you started with a Lankor Mai shrine that has that as the active blessing.
Okay. So this just means if there's disputes that they'll resolve themselves more straightforwardly or something?
They less negatively affect you if like things end up being unresolved in the end.
Okay, so what should I know about this display? Where am I going from here?
All right, so like there's things on every single one of these screens.
So I should just click through and kind of see what I'm seeing.
I can give you like little bits and pieces about all of these.
Pigs need 23 hides of wildland, and the other livestock need to graze on 27 hides of wildland. They need 64 herders to tend them. The food situation
So-
seems okay. Less beer.
Yeah, cropland obviously is land devoted to crops.
Okay.
Pasture is land devoted towards pasture for the cows and
And wildlands is what's used
You
for
know-
game hunting.
you can clear wildlands for more cropland and pasture.
Sure. Improves crop
You have
yield.
815 cattle and 50 horses.
It says he said
Got
pigs
a-
need 23 hides of wildland. I assume he's not meaning. I assume he's not meaning per. He means based on the number
No,
of.
that's total.
Yeah.
That's total. Yeah.
Okay.
Because pigs can just be kind of let out and they'll just find stuff to
So
eat. They're
farmers
good
work
at
more
that.
productively. It seems like I've got a good setup for agriculture. I was kind of.
Between blessed crops and vigor, you are perfectly well set up to do farming. Yeah.
I'm just trying to link Ramai. He would share more of his knowledge with us. Okay, so I can allocate more space to different shrines.
You can, more or less. Yeah. The only thing that having larger shrines requires is more upkeep.
Okay.
And it costs an amount to, do it outright.
God of the Sun. This
So-
gives us steadfast.
Some of these are grayed out, right?
Mhm.
That's because you don't know that blessing yet. That's
Okay.
where you sacrifice for mysteries. for it,
Gotcha. Okay, so these are things that I could potentially learn. So if I see something on here that catches my interest, I might want to edge in that direction somewhat.
basically. Correct.
Okay. Linkor Mai helps divine the truth. Ooh, literacy helps with dealings with other clans. I'm kind of, for my first playthrough, thinking I want to play diplomacy. I want to see what that does. So literacy seems like something maybe to angle toward. One of the
The fact that
unholy
you
tree.
have access to sacrificing to Malia in this is very funny. Because
One of-
Malia is like one of
unholy
those
tree.
like no one worships Malia if you can help it. She's nasty.
Well, there's no there. I mean, at least it's not listing for me right now anything I could learn from her. So it's like, is there any value to it?
You can curse other people with it. Is
Nice.
The idea.
Okay. Talking God is the god of trade and travel, and also of communication and conciliation. He's one of the 7 light bringers. Oh, Silver Tongue. So what happens if I check this? Build a shrine to get a permanent blessing, or sacrifice for a blessing.
So you can sacrifice for the blessing, and I think it affects you for the year if
Okay.
you sacrifice for it. Though this does take up a chunk of the season, so it's it takes up time. Generally speaking, if you want a blessing to be always on, you set up a shrine for it.
Okay. And where... Oh, that's the build option up here. Okay. Raise the fertility of our fields when people are killed on them. What the fuck?
Marangor is not a negative deity, but she is a, like, violent and aggressive deity, and therefore... like,
Parentheses positive.
The Orlanthi respect Marangor, and they will, like, worship her to some extent, but you will not find a Marangorite, like, person in Orlanthi society.
Okay. Out of curiosity, if I chose different, like, background, do some of these more negative ones or more violent ones show up at all? Are there Marangor people in other builds?
No. I believe that they're Marangor and Malia. There's none of those in either of them, really. Or at least there's none that are open and honest about it.
Gotcha. Orlanth, king of the gods. Learn mysteries before building a shrine. Okay, so I can't build a shrine to Orlanth. So am I limited? So I'm limited to who I can build a shrine to.
Right now, yes.
Okay. So it's only the ones with these symbols, it looks like, next to them. Oh, no, not necessarily.
That you have shrines already.
Yeah. So, like, I can build one to Chalana or Roy, if I wanted to.
You could, yeah.
Are there any buttons here that are gonna, like, make something happen right away, or can I just investigate by clicking around?
You can investigate for all of these, and I think you can back out from all of these.
Because I kind of wanted to see what quest means in this context.
So this is doing a hero quest. These are kind of like there's going to be events in the game, right? Mm-hmm. Usually on seasons. They're not 100% guaranteed, but they do usually happen. Hero questing is basically opting into a series of these where you are, when I called it God LARPing earlier, that's not really a joke. You basically reenact the story of what these are.
Yeah, that's what they were saying before, was that's how we gain their blessing, is by reenacting their tales.
Yeah, so the thing is that succeeding at a hero quest has huge rewards. You'll get like a boost of magic. You'll get like you have the choice of like making the quester a stronger person in some way.
Right.
You can get like treasures for it and stuff like that. Failing a hero quest sucks ass.
Okay.
So you want to basically have a good chance of succeeding if you can help it when doing these.
Okay.
Also, it's very difficult to do them like in succession, to the point where, generally speaking, you only want to do a maximum of like one every 2 years.
Okay.
If you can pull it off.
Call on favors due.
So, yeah, you can call on favors from other clans. Does that say that you have that many favors? Wow. That must be because of the Isseries and Lankermai blessings going on. If you have, yeah, you have favors due from every single one of these. Jeez.
I assume that's okay. I assume that's good. I don't know a lot about
what's very good.
I don't know a lot about what's going
favors.
On
so like.
I mean, I understand the notion of a favor. I just don't know like how much each one of these is valuable in microcosm.
I think a favor is generally valued at like 25 cows, and like the worth of doing a favor is generally valued at that high.
Okay.
You can get them to like do a favor for you by virtue of like, yeah, can you come help us do something? You can come help us like do this hero quest, so on and so forth.
Gotcha. They are known for their unrelenting hatred of the Pharaoh.
The Pharaoh and his lands, by the way, they're not Egyptian themed at all. The term Pharaoh is being used because it means God King.
Sure.
You know? Like some later versions of stories about like the Hortland and the Pharaoh stop calling him the Pharaoh and start just calling him the God King.
Gotcha. Okay. Is this something I should sort of put a pin in and come back to later, or is there like some reason why I should start one of these quests early on?
You could if you wanted to. I would not recommend doing it in sea season. So
Oh, sea season.
There's 5 seasons in the year, all right? It's going to go sea, fire, earth. Oh, you just pressed the button. Okay. So what you did actually right there is basically just pass.
Oh, I didn't mean to pass.
So you made it. It's fine. Like, doing this every now and again is not a big deal.
Okay.
So you're getting...
I just wanted to see if it had information about the seasons. I was just clicking around.
Yeah.
Alright, well, that's okay. Sure. Sora Goodseller, the trader priestess of the talking god Isseries, comes to trade. In addition to the usual exchange of goods, she asks if we have any white horses. Although we have some light gray horses, none can be truly called white. I would offer to save the next white horse for her.
Yeah, here's the thing. You can also click on all of the clan members here, and they will tell you what they recommend, and it will highlight the choice that they recommend for you.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's a really nice
show
system.
Her some generosity. Yeah.
I like the idea that in addition to them giving me feedback, it also kind of just like points to these are the ones we think are good.
Yeah, these are the ones that they think are good.
Of course, this guy just wants to slap some white paint on a horse.
That's a trickster.
Yep.
They know what they're doing. Also, they don't know what they're doing. It's both.
Though we can't fulfill our guest requests, nothing says we have to honor unreasonable requests. A horse is usually worth 4. That's not feedback, buddy.
It's good feedback. Trust me.
Okay. She really wants to own a white. See, now that's not feedback. Okay,
you ask a Humakti what his opinions on horses are.
Oh, he's just gonna read the dictionary at you.
Him.
That guy feels like the kind of guy who you ask him his opinion on something and he reads you the Wikipedia article.
It's because he doesn't have one in this case. Humakti is focused on, like, 2 things. Honoring oaths and fighting undead. That's what the Humak does.
I mean, I'm not opposed to fucking around and painting a horse white. But also, I feel like I'm gonna offer to save the next white. Most people seem to agree on offering to save the next white horse for her.
It's, you know, it's the kind thing to do. So most of them want to do the kind thing generally.
Right. Another crisis.
Okay, you got 2 events.
Everyone is gossiping about what happened a few hours ago. The young woman, Yannislara, was found out in the forest making love with Coral, a notorious poet and troublemaking warrior of the Heron clan. Coral left without a formal farewell. Yannislara is unmarried, so her actions are not an offense against the gods, but she is betrothed to Jorator, a young thane of the Hentard clan, and the wedding is scheduled for next season.
For the most part, weddings in Orlanthi society are mostly political, like even among the Carls and whatnot. Which is why it's like they're not actually, they don't care too much about her doing it exactly, but simply that it happened at all.
Sure. Tell George. So my options are: in the betrothal, insist that Coral marry her. Let marriage proceed as if nothing happened. Tell Jorator about the incident. Tell Jorator, but urge him to continue with the wedding. So it seems like, based on what you're saying, insist that Coral marry her is probably the least good of the options. Marriage, like any other trade, you must tell your trading partner the facts so he will not complain later. Okay. More snakes live in the mountains than any old fool thinks. Wow, he has no opinion on anything, does he?
No, I just love tricksters. They're great.
Yannislara has done nothing wrong, nor has the otherwise disreputable Coral. It would be absurd to marry her to him. Coral will cause trouble for George.
They just fucked. Who cares?
Yeah, seriously. This is juicy gossip, but we need to plant our fields more than anything else right now. Let's just hope Coral didn't impregnate her. See, he's concerned about a third thing.
Since Humakti is the god of oaths and keeping them and whatnot, he has some opinions about marriage.
I think the answer... Okay, I mean, most people had 0 opinion. I think I'm gonna tell Jorator, but urge him to continue with the wedding. That's... Why is that grayed out? Why can I not click on it? Do I need to find someone who suggests it?
No, not typically. I don't know why it's grayed out right now, actually.
The only option I have is insist that Coral marry her.
What, let it proceed as if nothing has happened doesn't let you do it?
None of the other options seem to be clickable.
That's weird.
And in fact, they're grayed out. Only insist that Coral marry her is available to me? Huh.
Maybe this is a tutorial thing.
Possibly.
I didn't know that it was a tutorial thing.
Yeah, maybe a tutorial.
There was a thing in the bottom right saying, like, this is a tutorial.
Yeah.
So.
You mistake my intentions, Coral said. I meant not to eat the whole cake, but merely to sample the dough. When our people heard this, they were outraged. Raid the Heron clan in retaliation for their insult, even though it's sea season. Let the matter rest. I'm going to let
That's very dangerous to do it during sea season.
Is the Heron clan more powerful in sea season?
No, this is planting season.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to get the farmers to stop sowing right now?
No, I mean, I wasn't going to raid
else?
them. You just made it sound like Yu-Gi-Oh! For a minute, where it's like, well, you gotta understand they have an attack bonus right now.
Oh, no, of course not. In fact, they would probably get caught off guard and you'd probably win.
Mood minus. Oh
did.
no, everyone's sad now. One of the warriors composed a poem. It was about how galling it is to have to swallow an insult. Even if no weapon thanes are killed or injured, it can't hurt to strengthen your fighting forces. Switch to the war screen to hire more warriors. Okay, well I now know what things I'm not allowed to click on. I got that.
Yeah, the circle up there is the, like, skip a turn option, so... I'll actually be right back. I need to take that 10 minutes like I mentioned.
Yep, you're good.
To put the food away.
I'll look around. Always with the fucking poems. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh yeah, I know. I've noticed that they all have different things to say. What does N mean in this case? I assume it means something about my relationship with them. Favors we owe. Chiefess Garnath, we owe them a favor. N means neighboring. Oh, okay. Yeah, that actually makes more sense. Feuds. We're feuding with them. Oh, buddy. I'm about to give them a piece of my mind. Okay, trade. They're known for a history of mad chieftains. Their chief is Ordag. Treasures, Blacktail the Bull. A really fine bull who sires more calves than normal. Oh, is that my treasures? Oh, neat. I've got a really horny bull. Warriors. Weapon things. Could probably stand a few more weapon things. Oh yeah, me and Bastikos, we get each other. Me and Bastikos, we are on the same page here. That's what I'm saying. We could probably stand a few more weapon things. We need 302 workers in our fields and pastures. This man comes at me with an abacus in hand. I love that. I have no specific advice to give. We don't have enough weapon things to defend the clan. I swear to God, if you allocate 301 farmers, everyone will die. How things began. Our world of Glorantha was created by great powers and the four elements: darkness, water, earth, and fire. Smaller, more accessible gods like Yelm the Sun ruled Glorantha. Umoth, god of air, made a place for himself in the world, and the air gods stirred up the stale places. Then his son Orlanth challenged Yelm and changed Glorantha forever. might be a video. What is this button? Oh my god, it just keeps going. Oh, details. You can't see that? Oh. Yeah, it's not capturing properly for some reason. That's weird. Yeah, if you look at... Hold on. On my screen, it looks like this. That's... okay. Doc said that this is a game that has, like, a weird capture. Let me see... Hold on a second. I've got one thought. I'm gonna try one thing. That didn't do anything. That didn't do shit. Yeah, Doc warned me that this game is a little bit strange to capture. Let me know if that happens again. Just hit me with it because I'm not keeping an eye on that very much, so I have no way of knowing. Don't worry, I'll read them to you. The Sword Story. A pathetic fellow called Ermal finds a new weapon called Death and uses it to slay Grandfather Mortal. He shows it to Orlant's brother, Humoct, who takes it from him. Despite Humoct's attempt to control it, use of the weapon spreads and soon killing becomes commonplace. I hate it when killing becomes commonplace. That's the worst thing that can become commonplace. Yeah, I think this specific style of window, because this is the same style of window that was up before, just doesn't render correctly. This window is like an embedded, HTML page. That's really interesting. Well, the modification I tried to make was I changed the capture on this to be a capture of overlays, like to add an overlay capture, so I don't think it's that. Give me a second. I'm gonna see whether or not just a normal window capture. Yeah, that looks better. That works. I can do that for this. So game capture isn't working for it properly, but this is. We'll try this out because I have a suspicion this is not going to work properly. But we'll see if it does. Yeah, there we go. Okay, well, the screen got smaller and then, now I can't click on things. So that's not good. Hello? 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 Oh my god, if I right-click on it, it's giving me browser options. Do you want to view source? Okay, I pulled up the source code for the HTML page. I mean, I might have to. I don't think I have a choice. Nothing on that page is allowing me to interact with it. Okay, so we will not go into the lore pages, sorry. It seems like those are prone to breaking. Oh, this was built in HeroCraft? Wait, really? Oh, I'm thinking of something else. I was thinking of HeroCraft as, there's an adventure game tool that you can use to build adventure games. HeroCraft's the name of their company, never mind.
I returned. Hello.
Welcome back. You didn't really miss anything because we spent a lot of time realizing that this game captures weirdly, so I had to fix some stuff.
Right. So that thing I said.
Yeah, the thing you said. So here was the way I was capturing the game before. Normal window capture, right? Here's a cool thing. If you click on the myths, they don't render.
It brings up the windows, right.
So I had to redo it as a window capture. Unfortunately, the lore pages are buggy. You click on the wrong ones and you'll never get back out of them. I had to restart the game.
Oh, rough.
But most of these pages seem like they're working just fine, so...
Yeah, I remember the lore pages being in this release of the game kind of unreliable as a thing. Because I mentioned this thought, this is a PC port of an iOS port of a 1999 game for PC, so...
Was it originally just a text-based game, or...?
No, it looks basically like what you have here.
Okay.
Just straight up.
Alright. So we're here. Let's make sure that our farming and everything is where we want it to be. I've got 1,600 pigs. Is that going to be enough pigs?
That's a pretty good solid number of pigs.
Expected food. Harvest, herds, and hunting. So do I need to tinker with any of these, or are they mostly running themselves fine?
They're mostly running themselves fine. I will point out that you have much more wildland than you need, but having wildland actually has like additional... It allows additional events to happen and things like that as well.
So how would I modify that if I wanted to? Just cut down on how much pasture and it'll make the wildlands go up or something?
For wildlands going up, I think you have to wait a couple of seasons, but if you increase the amount of pasture and cropland, you'll reduce the amount of wildlands you have.
Okay, got it. Okay, so would it be like... So give me an idea of like what things I should tinker on this, or should I just be passing?
You probably shouldn't just be passing. You could always do things like sacrificing for mysteries. You can explore things. You can rebuild your ring, because your ring is like, it's fine, but it's slightly inoptimal kind of thing. Things like that.
Okay. I don't know what would make them more optimal, but I guess that's something I would probably know better with experience.
One of the people mentioned that if you had an El Mali leader instead of an Orlanthi leader, that would be better for you. You'd be able to have more magic that way.
Oh.
That in the first round of when you were in here, they mentioned that.
Yeah, I remember that. So what does that entail? Because none of these guys here are El Mali.
Oh, you have significantly more than just these guys.
Oh.
Yeah, this is just the number 7 that they spawned in as your ring. You probably have like 30 nobles.
So should I click
like,
reorganize and check out what I've got?
If you reorganize, yeah, you can do that.
Hey, everyone keep it down.
All right, so you can organize this via, you know, what they're good at. You can organize them by name as well. Ooh, you have a Vingan. Nice. Although not necessarily a great fit for an Elmal clan, but short answer, Vingans count as Orlanthi, but are women, is the idea.
Okay. So would give me the same knock-on benefits that having an El Mali leader would?
You'd actually have you'd have a little bit less benefits for doing so, because if you have... You are going to be expected to have actually a relatively large majority of men on the ring, because you're El Mali and therefore patriarchal.
Yeah, but they're... I mean, right now I have 7 men.
No, you've got 5 men and 2 women.
Oh, do I?
Yeah. Your Charlana Oroyan and your Ernalden are both women.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Most Charlana Oroyans are women, but there are some men as well doing it. I think all Ernaldens are women.
Gotcha. Okay. So, as long as I'm keeping a majority, I'm fine though, right? Like, swapping in one woman.
5 and 2 is basically the what you're looking for.
Okay.
Funnily, if you go all men, that actually also gives you a penalty, because you're expected to have at least 1 woman on the ring to provide you that that perspective. Do you not have an El Mali? That's surprise. No, Asborn over there is.
So should I...
Ah, that's the problem. He's so bad at leadership, he doesn't even have the skill listed.
Damn.
He's very good at combat, though. And he's a good magician. Like, he's a good person to have on the ring. He's just not a good leader.
So should I swap him out for someone?
It's kind of up to you, really.
Gotcha.
He's also 53, which is not super great. You do have a pretty balanced ring. It's like only very slightly. I would tweak it personally very slightly, but that's it. It is otherwise actually a very good ring.
All right. Well, then maybe I'll leave it and trust the wisdom of the game to have given me
That's fair.
decent tools to work with.
You can also recruit more weapon thanes.
Okay.
That's a thing you can do. Weapon thanes they're basically worth 5 regular warriors.
New weapon
They
thanes
are
need
also the
3
ones who
cows worth.
patrol your Tula. So.
Okay. So, going up is not a bad idea?
Having the maximum number of them available to you at any given time is generally a pretty good idea.
Okay. Sure. Recruit from
Just
promising
because they're
Carls.
good at. They're just good at keeping things safe. That's all.
Sure. So just hit the recruit button and that's done. I'm not sure
Yeah,
how much
you're
I need
able
to
to do
care about any of these other options.
You could get ones who are. Sorry. If you recruit from outside the clan, that might like make your Carls a little bit less trusting of you because you recruited outside the clan for it. Offering additional gifts makes the weapon thanes that you hire like you more. Things like that.
Gotcha. Sure. Oh, that just immediately passed. Oh, okay, so each of these essentially is like when you take an action,
It's
then you
taking
move
a
into this
turn.
phase.
Exactly, yeah. The difference between this and pressing the skip button is basically just didn't do that. That's
Gotcha.
all.
All right, so Oralkarth, a prosperous herdsman of the Gorend clan, appears before you bearing an offer of an alliance from his clan leaders. He bears gifts for you. Our two clans have similar interests, Oralkarth says, and should band together to face the many threats that beset us in this unyielding land. Your young women need husbands, and our young men need wives. What do you say?
This is the fastest I've ever seen anyone get offered an alliance.
Hell yeah.
It's fucking event 1, day 1.
It's because I kick ass. Everyone sees me and they're like, yeah, I'm definitely into this.
This is probably because you are devoted to both Isseries and Lankermai, just straight up.
They have more silver in that chest. I love that the first 4 people in my ring that I've chosen have had 4 different opinions. Agree, decline, if we agreed, and see if you can get more gifts out of them. Oh, here's the 5th option. Great. Borngold, chief of the Gordon clan, is not favored by the gods. Send Oralkarth packing, and I will rouse the people to support us.
I feel like even though tricksters are deliberately the most unreliable of the types, I feel like on average, Shalana Arroyans have the weirdest opinions.
Yeah, I definitely like the... If we agreed, we'd have too many allies. So this is just like a diplomatic way of declining. This is just saying to him, sorry, we like you, but times are tough.
Yeah. Also, we're not giving back the 20 goods you just gave us.
Don't mind seeing if I can get more gifts out of him, but I feel like if he says no, that's going to make an enemy.
Alliances are going to be expected to, like, it's like you have eternal favors with each other, is
Right.
the idea. They will be expected to call on each other for help when you know. That means the AI will occasionally be like, hey, can you help us out, buddy, our alliance? Things like that.
I think I'm gonna see if I can get more gifts. Love gifts out here. We did not succeed. I just love how matter of fact that is. We did not succeed.
It didn't happen.
Yeah, sure, I'll agree to an alliance.
I think if you were bad enough at custom, doing that could have caused them to say, all right, you're just going to try and fleece us, then alliance is off.
Right.
But thankfully, your custom and diplomacy folks are really good, so...
Yeah, thank goodness. that could have ended disastrously. This will be the beginning of a long and mutually profitable affiliation. Oh, we're back here again. Okay.
If you wanted to, you could set up like a trade route with them, probably.
Okay. So let's get
That'll
that.
generate more goods for both of you.
I noticed that I have an extremely horny bull as a treasure. Can I use that to my benefit?
You could give the horny bull to others if you wanted to, but
No, I don't like
the
them that
horny
much.
bull is getting you more cows.
Yeah, I do not. Okay, so I should just enjoy the fruit of that. Well, I don't like the way that's going, but otherwise,
The fruit of its loins, yeah.
yeah, just hold on to it. Got it. Trading partners. These are the ones I have now. How do I set up
Yeah,
more?
you can.
Is that
You
the-
might be able to support more. It actually, I think it depends on the size of your Isuri shrine, but you can set up more by choosing a caravan to send out, and you can say set up as a trading partner as one of the operations main things.
We should sell some trade goods and buy food. The Ernaldori have the most cows. The Blue Jays have the most horses. The Hurani have the most food. This is just a Wikipedia article again.
I mean, that's all useful information.
I know, it's incredibly useful. I just think it's very funny. We have enough trade goods to sell some. We should buy some food. Everyone seems to be on the same page about getting some food. Wouldn't it make more sense to learn the trading blessing first? Now there's interesting ideas.
That is something that you can do. It makes trading more likely to go in your favor, and they'll likely agree to you more. Also, just to go over the screen a little bit, I just
Yeah.
want to point out how
Back at the trade
blessings
one?
work. Yeah.
Okay.
Trade or relations, I think it gives you the same info, basically. Oh, for this one, yeah, okay. So this one you'd send which thing there. Sell and buy, it will sell or buy depending on how large the caravan was automatically. You don't choose, like, to sell.
Okay.
I'm going in to sell 20 of these and get, like, some back or all that. They will, you can sell buy based on the trading caravan, which is like, okay, small one would only be like roughly 10, medium 25, large 50 or so.
Okay.
So here's the other part of it that I was actually going to point out is the relationships on visible here. Short answer is closer to blue it is, the better they like you.
Okay.
Blue is full on alliance. Closer to red, the more they dislike you. Red is full on feud.
So the only one I'm at, I'm at feud with Bachad
The
and
Bachad and the Assaulting.
Assaulting.
You are on good terms with the Badgers, especially, and allied with the Gorin, Grey Dog, and Hendart.
Okay.
You're basically neutral with the Arnoring, Hjord, Hillhaven, Enkabal, Blackrock, Blue Spruce, and Hylie and Blue Jay. You are disliked but not raiding with the ones that are, pink.
Gotcha.
The magenta ones.
So we don't see eye to eye, but we're not actively feuding.
Nah. The other thing about this, of course, is like when you do end up raiding someone, you generally want to do it with either someone you're feuding with or someone that doesn't like you. Because if you raid someone who likes you, it's like, why?
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Is there any notion given to there being more value to trading with a neighboring region, like the trade route is safer or easier or something?
Somewhat, not really. Like the
Okay.
distance does matter, but only in like really far away, because everything in here is roughly like within a walking distance, like a couple days of walking distance.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, then let's set up. So do I have any established caravans already? Is that what it was showing me on this screen? Trading partners?
You have 3 trading partners already.
So a group that hates me, a group that is indifferent toward me, and a group that's indifferent toward me. Got it. Okay, cool. I set up really great partnerships. Let's trade with Gorind. Well, I guess I should figure
So
out...
you're also going to want to specify, if you can help it, for just standard logical trading things. You want to trade with people who can spare it, for the most part.
How do I have that information available to me?
The Eurisarite just straight up told you who has the most of what everything.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So Harani have the most food, but the Harani don't like me very much.
Neither do the Ernadori.
Cool, all the
Blue
people
Jays
with the
are
shit I want, kind of hate my guts? Neat. Is there any notion of, like, if I trade with someone who hates me, I'm just getting a worse deal?
I don't think so.
Alright, well then
And
I'm
in fact,
trading
I
with...
think actually having a trade route does make you more liked by that clan if you can successfully convince them to do it.
So I want to buy food, and...
If you're going to establish a route, you have to choose establish route as your goal.
Okay.
Yeah. But
do
if
I-
you want to just buy sell, then you can do that as a one-time.
Do I need to specify what things I want to buy sell for that?
For the established route, no.
Okay. So what is the distinction here? So for sell buy, I guess I'd just be purchasing one time. Established
It's a
routes.
one-time thing.
Like, how am I specifying what things I want? Is it just it's kind of opening its purse to me? Like,
Opening purse, and the way that works is basically like you'll just get passive amounts of goods, food, and cows from trade routes over the years, basically.
okay. Should I play a little more conservatively and not go for the biggest caravan size?
I don't know how much the caravan size matters for trade routes, actually, off the top of my head. I just don't know.
Who leads the trading caravan? Is there... Maybe I'm finding someone who has really good best bargaining. Is this sorted by bargaining?
Yes, already it's sorted by bargaining. It's the guy on your ring is your best bargainer.
Is there a reason why I might not want to send him on a caravan if he's on my ring? Or does it not
he
work
will not
that
be
way?
available for, like, to tell you things if he's away. That's more or less it.
So I should pick someone who's not on my ring?
You could. It is intensely funny to me that Uroxy is your second best at bargaining.
Yeah. Why is his symbol the Superman symbol?
His symbol is basically a stylized bull horns, a bull head with horns.
Okay.
And Uroxy are berserkers. Just straight up, basically.
Gotcha. So it does
They
seem a little
despise
funny that he'd be
chaos.
very good at bargaining.
Exactly, yeah.
Um,
Yeah, travel does have risk for the traveler too at times.
yeah,
There
so,
are bandits, things like
but
that.
they both have good combat if I'm looking at my second best.
Mhm. It is worth noting that of the skill ranks, very good is the third lowest. Fair, good, very good, excellent, renowned, and then legendary.
Would having him run the trade caravan make his bargaining better? Like, does he learn?
I think so.
Cool.
I think he probably gets slightly better if he does that.
Well, Ingard it is. Ingard, we're trusting you with 3 weapon things. Yes.
Okay, so now you're moving into, I believe it's fire season. The tutorial thing being right on top of the season is...
Yeah, I wish I could figure out how to make that go away.
Press tutorial, does that give you options to turn it off? Or does that put you into the tutorial instantly? Okay, no. Yeah. So, fire season. Fire season is summer. The rough
Okay.
way that it works out is sea season is late spring, basically. That's planting season.
Mm-hmm.
Then fire season is summer. Generally speaking, during fire season, this is the prime raiding season of the year.
Okay.
You go out, you go fight, you do, you have a good time. Grab some cows from your neighbor, maybe kill a few of them. It happens.
Yeah, just for fun.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's not that much to do during fire season. It's one of those kinds of things. After fire season, it's earth season. Earth season is the reaping season. It's the harvest season. If you fight during earth season, that's a decision you made. That kind of thing. You want to make sure that you actually harvest the food that you planted.
Sure.
After that, it's dark. So obviously, that means earth season is autumn. It's fall.
Right.
The dark season is winter. It is just straight up like depths of winter, like early winter into like midwinter, basically. This is when it's snowing all the time. It is like you're going to be holed up and doing stuff. Then there's storm season, which is like early spring and late winter, where it's a little bit snowing still, but not that much, and it's not that it's just cold at that point.
Right.
And then after that is sacred time, which is like a couple of days or a couple of weeks, which is just the consider of the new year. It starts during sacred time.
I think I want to build a shrine for a permanent true sword.
That sounds good.
Worshipping Humoct will make our warriors stronger. What does the Humoct guy think? Which one of you is Humoct?
He's the far
that
right one.
Our warrior needs a sword.
A warrior needs a sword. Our clan needs a temple to Humoct. He's equating the two as being the same.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. Hey, I'm pretty advanced. I understand analogies. I just thought it was goofy.
What? That's not an analogy. He means that quite literally.
Okay, I'm gonna build a Humoct. No! Oh no! Ingard! Well, you're good at battle. I want to kill as many apples as possible.
Go
Alright.
for it. Make a choice.
Turned out there were more apples concealed from sight. Fuck you. They assaulted us with sling stones, causing much damage. Ingvar took a wound, as did many of his escort. They managed to return with the caravan intact. Okay, well, so that's...
Okay, like he got wounded, but he's not dead, and he'll be back soon. And he's not even part of the ring, so that's fine, honestly.
Yeah.
As far as results go. Did interrupt that entirely, and also fuck the apples. The apples suck. You want to get revenge on that.
All right, so are we going to war with the apples? Is Raid the place I want to go to start war?
Raid is what you do to fight, like go out and do a fight with a clan. It does not necessarily actually start a war. It just is a one-time fight thing. Fighting is some level of ritualized for Orlanthi, so like, it's not like doing it actually instantly makes them say, all right, time to go to war with these assholes. Cattle raids are smaller scale things where you're just attempting to steal cows. Raids are, I want to actually attack their, the Tula.
So what should I be doing here? Like, if I were wanting to retaliate, do I need to set up, like... Do I need to do something to initialize some sort of larger scale, or is it literally just send a raid and see what happens?
You can just send a raid and see what happens.
All right, that's what we're going
to do.
It's
pretty difficult to do a... You can send, like, a diplomatic envoy to say...
Diplomacy. I don't even have apples on this list.
Oh, they're too far away from you. Dang, that's rough.
What? How do I get back at him then?
We'll get back at them eventually.
I'm gonna learn magic to curse their crops. That's my plan.
Instantly going for Malia. Like, they attacked you once, it's like, all right, I'm going to curse you with disease and pestilence.
So if I sacrifice to Malia, can I curse the apples? Is that an option I have?
Maybe. I don't remember. I think you don't get to choose.
Fuck.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever actually tried to curse someone with Malia. You might be able to do it with Marangor instead. Yeah.
So I hit sacrifice and then I'm gonna fuck up the apples? Is that what's gonna happen?
Maybe.
All right.
Good check.
We gotta learn.
Clicking sacrifice doesn't immediately, put you to it.
Sacrifice to Marangor.
Ah, sorry, you don't know Blast Earth yet. That'd do it.
Son of a bitch. How do I learn Blast Earth?
Well, you gotta sacrifice for mysteries. Generally speaking, 10 to 15 cows will almost guarantee a mystery being learned to you.
Where do I go to sacrifice cattle to the mysteries?
Marangor.
So I go to Marangor.
Go to the Marangor.
Sacrifice. And then I just sort of blindly sacrifice some number of cows and maybe I'll learn a mystery?
Yeah, there you go. For mysteries.
Okay, I see. The option down here for mysteries.
It's the only one you have that you can do right now because you don't know Marangor's rituals otherwise.
Okay, I'm only going to sacrifice 10 and I'm going to gamble. We're going to keep our fingers crossed. Earthblood ritual.
All right, you learned Earthblood, which wasn't the one you wanted, but it is actually a good one. Ah, fuck.
We're being raided by the horse nomads. There were 153 of them, all mounted. Luckily, our patrol spotted them, and 14 weapon thanes met them, as well as 134 of the feared.
Okay, so, combat is very much kind of a black box. It's difficult to say what is the correct option to do at any given time. It can be kind of number weighing. The short answer, generally speaking, drive them off as the general, regular, option. Kill as many as possible is kind of harder to do, and they'll dislike that, but it can give you some benefits.
I'm sorry, they'll dislike that? Oh, so now obviously. I value their opinions.
For the horse nomads, I guess you wouldn't necessarily have to.
I'm taking feedback.
Take captives is hard, but you get to take captives and then you'll ransom them back, kind of thing, and get money for doing so. That's harder to do than just doing the other two, though. Survival is accepting that you might lose some goods and stuff, but generally speaking, you will have the least number of casualties.
Gotcha.
If you choose survival. It also means you generally will not succeed. You won't win the fight.
Right.
tactics. This is kind of a rock, paper, scissors sort of thing, where if they are doing rituals before they start fighting, then charging them can actually charge them before they're even ready to fight and catch them super off guard. Skirmishing is, you know, keeping away from them and peppering them with arrows and things like that. That can work out really well against charging and stuff like that. Maneuvering is another way to... I think it's maneuver counters charge, charge counters skirmish, skirmish counters maneuver.
But I mean, if I don't know what they're doing, then it ultimately is...
It is straight rock, paper, scissors, yeah. Like, you don't know what they're doing.
Okay. Then I'm not going to stress about it too much.
And evading is, again, minimize damage
Right.
taken.
Okay, is this the eventuality I've been saving magic for, or should I just, like, let it rip?
Setting magic in it can increase the chances of success. It's true.
Well, I guess my question is, are there other things I might be saving that magic
There
for?
totally are.
Okay, great.
Yeah, like having magic on hand, there's tons of things that you can spend.
Okay,
that
then
on.
I'm going to let it rip as is. I'm going to drive them off by maneuvering. Although the horse nomads tried to hold us off with missile fire, we maneuvered well and fell on their flanks.
Hey, nice. They skirmished at you, so you actually beat it with maneuver.
Nice. As our forces engage with the horse nomads, Janstan notices that a detachment of riders is trying to sneak completely around and get at us from behind. What should we do?
What should he do specifically?
What should he
you can
do?
check out to see what Janstan's stats are if you click on his portrait.
The battle is a pivotal moment when the leader has a chance to act heroically. This is one of those times. Janstan, his combat's very good, which I'm being told is one of the worst options.
It's third lowest, but it's still better than nothing.
Sure. Oh, he worships Odila.
Yeah, which is the hunting god.
What does make sure Varsons know about the threat? Are Varsons people we're homies with?
Varsons is the name of your war leader. The
Oh,
guy with
okay.
the highest combat.
I'm gonna have Janstan try to kill them because that sounds heroic as shit.
That's extremely heroic, and also, if it works, it works. It'd be great if it did.
Okay, so the subtext I'm getting is, wow, that's a stupid idea.
If it works, it works. It'd be great if it did. Take it at face value,
Okay.
author blues.
Okay, try to kill them. Does he attack immediately with whoever's nearby? Gather an equal force before attacking. Gather a larger force before attacking. Stop asking me so many questions. Just tell Janstan to shoot him. Gather an equal force before... I mean, I don't know how much time I have. This is all text, buddy. Gather an equal force. Janstan led his
That's what I'm talking about
companions...
it being kind of a black box.
Janstan led his companions to the flanks of the horse nomad riders. The horse nomad leader pulled out a flaming arrow and shot Janstan in the stomach, which he was totally immune to. Oh, then things got worse. Never mind. The horse nomads caused their horses to crush our warriors under their hooves, then they rolled off. The riders broke into a stead and took 12 women, children, and old folk captive.
Okay, you still won, though.
Oh, is this what win means?
And you captured 20 horses.
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
I recognize the value in that. I'm just seeing these numbers and thinking, oh, this is what we call winning. Cool. Their war magic was stronger than ours, but our courage was greater. We drove the horse nomads off, and their survivors left without plundering Artula.
20 horses is worth 80 cows.
What? So cows ain't worth shit.
Yeah. No, fuck off. Cows are the basic bit of currency.
No.
It's like saying, oh yeah, dollars ain't shit just because larger things than dollars exist.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Because diamonds exist, that means dollars are worthless?
I think you're understanding the basics of economy, yeah.
That's not how it works.
I think you're really starting to grasp the finer points, yes.
I can't believe this.
Raises the fertility of our fields when people are killed on them. So we didn't get what we wanted.
That is actually a
out of
very good blessing to have, actually, believe it or not.
Okay, so, is it worth building a shrine for? That seems... Does building a shrine
So
make it
that-
more likely that future sacrifices will succeed at finding new mysteries? I don't...
No, it's more for if you get raided. If you kill as many people as possible, it raises the fertility of your fields.
I respect it.
Or if you get attacked and you lose a lot of people, that also raises the fertility of your fields.
Okay. We are in the Earth season.
Yes.
Farming, good. War, based on my experience,
You
could
don't
be
have
better.
many weapon things right now because of the wounds and deaths that happened in that fight.
Say that again, sorry.
You don't have that many weapon things right
Oh,
now.
I
because
should-
of the wounds
you're
and
saying I should
deaths that
hire
happened
more.
in that fight. Probably, yeah.
Let's-
I mean, look, you can hire like 7 right now.
I'm gonna offer some additional gifts so that they love me and they fight more strongly. Okay, well they're...
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
An earlier decision has had a delayed effect. Yanis Lara, whose betrothal to Jortor of the Hindarti was broken off after her seduction by Coral the Poet of the Harani, is now pregnant. That was a hell of a sentence. Yanis Lara is very happy, but her kinfolk see her pregnancy as a reminder of an embarrassing chain of events. Coral's clan dislikes us more than George's clan. Yeah, tough shit. That sucks a lot. Good King Uskul was born outside the marriage bond. That's a Wikipedia article, buddy. I only have one option. I don't know why I care what everyone's saying. Yanis Lara's
I
clan are
don't know
being...
why this is not giving you additional options. Like this. Is
I
the
think it's
only
because it's a
event
tutorial.
sequence- Yeah, I suppose so. It's odd that the tutorial is giving you only the option to just kind of let it be. Right? That's a
I mean, my
weird
guess
result
is
from the
probably
tutorial.
that it wanted me to see that there can be 2-part events, so it gave me a choice earlier that would lead to this one.
I suppose so, yeah.
I think it's probably just trying to dictate a passage so I can see how some types of events play out.
Mhm.
But I also agree that I would love to be able to make my own choice. Okay.
Well, I guess next time you wouldn't have to worry about the tutorial, so.
People were happy that the ring did not interfere. Oh.
Ah, right.
Sick.
That actually is a case. They sometimes do want you to fucking hands off.
Farmer
And
morale.
especially because nice. Especially because you have the you've got the blessing that makes unresolved things actually they prefer that sometimes.
Okay. They like
All right, it's dark season.
unresolved things? What do you mean by that? Oh, is
You-
that the...
So it's law speaker, yeah. Unresolved disputes. That was an unresolved dispute, and they were fine with that. because
AIDS
of
in
law
legal
speaker, for
cases
instance.
ensures that the mood isn't soured by unresolved disputes. Okay. So, like, usually there's value into closing things down because they are
Yes.
displeased by things being left open, but with law speaker, that's not the case. Okay.
Sometimes it's not the case. Like, it's not guaranteed that that'll be fine for you to ignore things.
Right. Yo, Ty. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. We're playing King of Dragon Pass. I'm finally experiencing the beauty of King of Dragon Pass. Y'all got any dragons
Got
in
a
here?
lot of food.
Not if I don't want to be dinner. Not a lot of... Did you say not a lot of food, or...
No, you've got a lot of food. That's a good amount of food right there.
Is there... So if I have a lot of food right now, and it's the winter season, I imagine other places might value food more highly. Is there value in me, like, setting up a trade route for it or something?
If you send out like people to trade that food and like get cows or goods in response, that is a pretty good idea to do. Yeah, you don't necessarily want to get rid of all of it.
No, of course not.
You're not going to be able to anyway. But like doing one round of this is a good idea, or gift it to better relationships. That's also true.
Okay.
Thing is, it's winter. Dark season makes it that it can sometimes be like you're going to try to send them out to do this caravan, and they're like,
We
dude,
can't
it's
make it."
fucking blizzarding out there.
Right.
We're just going home.
Yeah, I'm more or less happy to improve my position with anyone except for the bastard apples.
That's fair.
I'm more or less
So
willing
it
to
would
just
be-
trade with anyone who wants to come collect, except for the apples.
Yeah. So you can click if you're gonna do that. Sell food, buy cattle goods, maybe sell horses too. You did just get extra horses, that kind of stuff.
So sell
Um,
food. And you're saying I might want to sell horses?
Yeah, they're worth a lot. You know, if you get some cattle and.
How do I
food
know how?
and,
I don't see
goods.
how many horses I have.
Yeah, it's odd why it doesn't show you on this one right here. But you do have a pretty solid number of horses. You captured 20 extras.
I'm kind of curious to see if I can find a screen where it gives me that information, just because.
Should be under somewhere. Ah, there you go. Farming herds.
Oh, it was
70 horses.
Oh, herds, gotcha. Oh yeah, 70 horses.
70.
There it is. Gotcha. Okay, cool. I just wanted to figure out where it was, so I could refer back to it. Trade.
If you wanted to gift it to someone, then that's under relations
Right.
rather than under trade.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind gifting a little bit of something to someone who, well, as we've established, aren't the apples.
The Boscovy are right next to you and don't like you very much. You can make it so that they're you can hopefully make it so that it's fine to like
Okay.
them.
The horse nomads are not any of these groups of people, right? They're just kind of roaming
No,
bastards.
they just kind of roam around. Yeah,
Gotcha.
exactly.
Send to Boscovy. They're known for pottery
Or you
and
could
a
try to-
fanatical attitude.
You can also try to resolve the feud with the Bakad or something like that. Resolving feuds can be kind of hard, but
We're feuding with them. So what does it take to resolve a feud? Is it an ongoing event, or is it just something like if you send them enough stuff, they'll maybe change their mind?
generally speaking, if you send them enough stuff, they'll maybe change their mind.
Okay. So
Resolving feuds can be very expensive if you're just going to go through that. There's also events that sometimes just get you the chance to like end feuds, things like that.
right, like helping them in a situation where they need assistance or something. I will give the gift of food to the Boscovy and maybe improve my relations with them.
Sure.
Wait, why does it say 173 on this side, but this thing goes up to 400? Oh, that's the
That's
upper
your
end on the
goods, not your
goods,
food.
yeah. Yeah, that's misleading.
Yeah.
Cursed UI.
100 food is a pretty significant, but also like they probably take like, hey, dang, nice. That sounds good.
Okay, well, I don't like them
so
that
we'll
much. Let's go
resolve
80.
That's fair.
I mean, I've got a metric fuck ton of food, but I've also got to feed people, so.
Yeah.
So am I more interested in someone who's good at bargaining? So it's like,
Bargaining, custom, and leadership all come up when it comes to diplomacy, I think.
all right, well, I'll
But,
send him. I
Kobras
don't care if he
being highest
doesn't,
on-
if he's not
yeah.
going to be able to tell me something in my next meeting.
Kobras is a good idea. Yeah, he's a solid choice.
Huge blasts of icy winter greeted us as we traveled to the Boscovy Tula. We could barely stand and were nearly blown away. We're coming back now to the warmth of our hearths, and we will stay here until conditions get better. So was that unsuccessful?
It's winter, and therefore it's rough.
I guess my question is, the food is now lower. Did the Boscovy accept my gift, or did they not get there?
I don't think they got there. I also think that the food is lower purely because you're eating it
Hmm.
during winter. Yeah, I don't think that was
I
you
do
lost
like
it
eating,
regardless.
yeah.
It is winter. This is when you will simply have to just eat your stores. You can't grow shit during winter.
It's unfortunate. I might want to go with Silver Tongue. I'm not really sure what else I can do right now. I wouldn't want to go to war in the winter. It really seems like all I can really do
You got
is...
plenty of mysteries you don't know.
Yeah.
Although Dark Season is also prime hero questing time.
Oh. Yeah, we could do some
You
of
can
that.
also throw feasts if you want to eat a lot, and it raises the morale of the clan generally.
Allows our women to defend the Tula.
Yep, that's very valuable defensively because it basically doubles the amount of people you have access to for fighting back.
Yeah, it feels like it would be. Well, You know what? Let's learn about hero questing, because we talked about that before. What page is that on? Magic? Quest?
So questing is under magic.
Yeah.
So you don't know how to start all of these because you need to have the mystery known to do these as well.
Okay.
However, you always start with 1 or 2, I believe.
I think
you
it
always
was
start with
making the storm tribe.
Elmulgard's instead because you're Elmali. I don't think you're not guaranteed to start with making it the storm tribe.
I thought I saw on another screen making it the storm tribe, so maybe not.
It's one you have to do at some point, but I don't think it's one you're guaranteed.
Oh, it's this one.
Now.
Elmal guards the stead. When Orlanth
Yes.
left on the Lightbringer's quest, Elmal guarded his stead, driving off many enemies. This quest can strengthen our defenses, gain fine horses, strengthen our leaders or the quester, ward against chaos, or reconcile the weapon things. I didn't like that or. I was really anticipating an and in that list of commas, and the or really threw me off at the end.
One thing, though, is that succeeding at Hero Quest does improve the clan mood in general. So, reconcile the weapon thanes is like, your weapon thanes fucking hate you, and you have to do something to reconcile, like, that with them, like, hard.
Mm-hmm.
So, but succeeding at them if, like, they don't already hate you is actually will still increase their opinion of you. Things
Gotcha.
like that.
Well, should I pick... So, like, what's my notion of who I should pick to do the quest? If it might raise their leadership, might I want to pick my leader?
So, okay. There's a couple of things about this, is that this is going to be a series of checks of basically what the quester is good at. So, it does strongly depend earnestly on who should be there in the first place. You also want it, ideally you want it to be someone who does worship the god that they're doing the quest of. That raises their chances.
Right.
You want to have someone who is good at specific tasks.
And we already mentioned that we would like to have Elmal as our leader, but this guy's leadership was poor, so boosting him would be helpful if that were possible.
It would, and I will throw this out here. Elmal guards the stead. The hero quest actually does not require you to be a good leader. So
great. I love that for me. Is it trying to, like, min-max my choice for me? Like, is it suggesting the person who it thinks is best suited for it in the first place?
Generally speaking, yeah.
Okay. I've just noticed that every time I pulled up this menu,
that's true.
I look at who it chose, and it seems fairly decent.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna let it rip. Is there anything I need to do to call on any of these favors? Because I'd love to bring the apples in here and maybe clown on them while we're at it.
Then just choose them. Call on favor of Apple. They might turn you down, but
do I just click on them and then hit perform?
Yep.
And
Yep.
that okay.
That's all I need.
The people have gathered their magic to help propel Asborn into the realm of the gods with the assistance of 10 apples. When this myth begins, Orlanth is about to embark on a great quest to repair a world shattered by chaos. He leaves his loyal thane Elmal to defend the stead of the Storm Tribe. What benefit do you seek from this hero quest? Strengthen the quester, I think is what I want.
There's also strengthen clan leaders, which will actually slightly improve everyone, although it is very slight. It is not a significant amount.
I mean, my desire is for this guy in particular to become a good leader, so it seems like strengthen the quester is probably the direction I want to go here.
Yeah, it is worth noting he is pretty old, which means that you might not have the chance to, like, have him be a long-term leader, but that's fine.
I mean, he was literally my only Elmal, so...
Yeah. That's fine. That happens sometimes, yeah.
Alright, strengthen the quester. Orlanth leaves on his great quest, and Elmal remains to protect the stead against the forces of chaos, the eater of skin. A chaos monstrosity comes singing the rending song, which makes the people bleed.
So, I know what all of these options are. Because here's the thing. You can't, because on your end, you can't read the lore screen on this, because that has a chance to just be on...
But I'm supposed to have read the lore screen so that I know what the right answer is for these things.
Right, because there is the hero quest, like, the canonical hero quest, sequence.
Right.
That actually, believe it or not, does not necessarily mean it's the correct one, because that sometimes the person you put in is better at other things, and some of these options might actually be better for that.
Okay.
For what it's worth, in the Elmulgart's the Stead one, I believe the thing that he does in the story is let it step on you, and in order to gain leverage, throw it far away.
I thought that one sounded the most interesting, so I was going to click on it,
But there's always, but it might be blind with your brightness might work better, because I think that's a magic check, but whatever.
Yeah.
Leave the Realm of the Gods is basically just give up, and that can sometimes lead to very bad options.
So I won't pick that one then. Great. Yeah, I'll let it do the big stabby.
All right.
The force from the creature's weight was so great that Asborn's legs were torn from him. Asborn seized the Eater of Skin and hurled him up into the sky, where it was burnt up and never seen again.
Success. Sure, you lost your legs, but that happens.
I wasn't using them anyway, so this is actually probably for the best. Only after he's defeated the creature do the people of the Storm Tribe see that the fight has broken Asborn into pieces. They wail in despair, "Our defender is gone! What do the worshippers back in the ritual ground? What do the worshippers back in the ritual ground do to help Asborn knit himself back together?"
I'm going to ask this now instead of simply saying it. Would you like me to tell you what the original story would say to do consistently?
This happened in the original story?
No,
that sucks for him.
Yeah, no. Elmul got fucked up in all of these.
Oh my god! I just thought it was because Asborn was a huge piece of shit. I didn't realize that this is what happened to Elmul.
No, this is the you did it good.
Oh shit!
Option.
Hell yeah! Go!
Yeah.
Congratulations! You lost your legs. Yeah. I mean, I guess.
It is knowledge that you would have access.
Yeah.
To
If the situation weren't as it were, I probably would have read that lore before doing the quest. So.
Yeah. So you know how I got my arms? Crying. You know how I got my legs? Crying. My spear? Crying. Now get the fuck out of my office. Give him your tears. Is the canonical answer there?
Okay. All right. Asborn knitted himself back together, and everyone, whether from the Amagaran tribe or the Storm tribe, rejoiced. Then more chaos enemies come. The next is the Author of Sores, who causes old wounds to fester. They literally just put a pumpkin on a bear. That's fucked up. This guy is original content. Please do not steal. But this guy is just a jack-o'-lantern on a bear, okay? The pumpkin bear is great. Do not cheer for the pumpkin bear. I'm warning you not to cheer for the pumpkin bear.
Of this one, I believe it's
Buffeter with the Wind of Orloth's sword.
No, it was actually chop the legs, I think, is the thing that works for this one. Or that is the thing that worked for Elmul originally, because all of these can work.
Right.
It's not like, yeah.
Just let her tear you apart, honestly. I mean, the creature caused a scalp to crawl from Asborn's head. That is a way of wording that. And then bite at him as if it were a rabid animal.
And then clubbing about the head is the other part, because I think that happening right there always happens. Of like, you have to choose two of these.
Gotcha. Her head came off, but leapt forward and toward Asborn's chest.
Oh, well, all right. That's a unsuccessful, but you still have a final couple of options. So you may as well just do Hail Marys.
Buffet her with the Wind of Orloth's sword?
If you can pull it off.
You have the worst poker face. As soon as you hear something that sounds like it's gonna not work, it's like, I don't know.
I mean, no, that it actually can work.
All right,
it's not necessarily
then we're doing
telling you that.
The Author of Sores groaned. Her sores closed up, and she did not like this, for the sores were the source of her power. She caused the skin of Asborn's legs to pop open so that he could hardly stand. So we're just going to do all of these eventually. That's...
Yep,
it's kind of
like in this case.
That's kind of how this is going. I'm going to lance her with your spear. Come on, man! The Author of Sores shook and howled. Green muck oozed from the creature's body, and it fell upon Asborn, melting whatever flesh it touched. It does seem like the two options I'm being presented here are not great ones.
These are you functionally failed, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not feeling great about my hero quest. I'm gonna leave the Realm of the Gods then. Tear you apart doesn't sound great for Asborn.
Okay. Magic -10.
Yeah, that's a lot of magic I just lost.
It sure is.
You remember when I was at Magic 1?
Hey, at least he left the realm of the gods not dying. Although Magic -10 is pretty rough.
I was about to say, I kind of feel like him dying might have been okay, actually.
Yeah, hero questing carries huge risks. It's not guaranteed to succeed, and often a lot of the time people will just reload the season if they fail. But that's up to them, kind of thing.
Yeah, I'll let this one roll. It's fine. Okay, so here's another one where I don't get a choice. Rostikos, the Thane of Heron clan, comes to complain that he was insulted by a member of your clan ring. Bostikos dined at our clan hall and spent the entire night insulting me. Yeah, that's what he does, man. Like, you invited him. You invite the clown, you get the nose, right? Like, honk honk, motherfucker. He waved his bare buttocks in my face, touched my wife in an improper manner, and spit chewed food in my face. Because he's a member of your ring, my clan considers any insult made by him to be an insult made by your entire clan. Unless you punish him, there shall be war between our clans. Oh, I love the idea of suggesting that Rastikos duel the... Okay, first off, Rostikos and Bastikos are great names. I want to see what Bastikos has to say. Of course I was right to ridicule him. What a king. What a king. An absolute icon.
Again, I am sad that you don't have the option to choose anything else in the tutorial here, because lore-wise, tricksters are supposed to be regarded like children, that they cannot be blamed for the acts that they do.
Thank you, that's what I'm saying.
And so the culturally reasonable answer is actually the first one, weirdly enough. But
Bastikos was right to ridicule
obviously...
you is the answer I would want to pick.
Mm-hmm.
Remove him from the ring, remove him from the ring. Yeah. Remove him from the ring, remove him from the ring. Have him duel!
Have him duel. Just fight it out.
Fucking tutorial.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess
so
I gotta...
you now don't have someone on the ring, so you will have to reorganize. You might actually be able to just put it back on.
I'm sorry, the clan got very loud right when you're saying that. What were you suggesting?
You might be able to just put him back on. Yeah, there he is. Oh, no, you're not allowed to. He's considered a not legal choice now. Dang.
Poor guy.
So, variety is the thing you want, if you can help it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna put Asborn on. Elmalt, wounded. Is there any reason why I would pick anyone else? This guy's Luncor Mai, but I've already got Luncor Mai.
Depends on what you want to put into magic in the years. For example, like Barntar for more crops, Oralda for more cows and herds, things like that. You generally just don't want to double up on the same thing.
Why is he faded? Is it because like he's not yet on the ring?
He's wounded.
Oh, is that the wounded symbol?
Yeah, he's faded away because he's wounded and therefore can't partake in decisions at the moment.
Asborn has been nothing but a menace to me. Okay, well that's
It's not his fault. You're the one who sent him into the realm of the gods to do this stuff, like, instantly.
I'm sorry, but he seemed like he was well suited to the task. I really felt good about his chances out there. Did you see the author of Soars? It was just a bear with a jack-o'-lantern on its head.
Listen. Not wrong, but also, it's not his fault.
Well, whose fault is it? Because I don't take the blame.
It's the realm of the gods' fault, alright?
Fine. I'm gonna build a shrine to Chelana Arroy for healing. Oh, that guy's got a real dinger. One of your Carls, Intigarn, complains that his wife, Ernaldini, dishonored him. It all started when he went to worship at the Blue Jay Temple and was insulted by Dorasaur, one of their Carls. He challenged Dorasaur to a duel, but Ernaldini did not want him to fight. When the appointed day of the duel arrived, she found where the men were fighting and knocked Intigarn dizzy with a big branch. He could not complete the duel and has now lost his honor. Really? This is not a matter for the clan ring is absolutely the correct answer. I love how many wrong answers there are, and I'm forced to choose just one of them. Scold the ungrateful scoundrel. Whatever. Convince Intigarn that Ernaldini
I have returned. I was grabbing a drink.
had his best interest at heart. Tell them to tell that to the goose egg on my head. The Blue Jays are unhappy with us as it is. Let's not worsen matters by spilling Dorasaur's blood. I'm good with scolding Intigarn. That does seem to be the prevailing. He apologized for wasting the ring's time with the matter he and his wife should resolve on their own. As for Intigarn and Dorasaur, they eventually clashed again, but neither was skilled enough to do more than win the other, and they let the matter drop. Oh!
That's a pretty good result for that. Ah, fuck.
Oh, cool! A gigantic chaos creature appears in the boundaries of your Tula. It eats some sheep and scares away the shepherds. Neat. You have no opinion. Sin for Uroxy warriors. No opinion. Sacrifice to Urox for aid against chaos. Sacrifice to Urox. And, okay. So basically everyone says, hey man, we're fucked.
This is you. Uroxy are the ones who fight chaos the most, and they're recommending, like, hey, do something with Urox. Which is a pretty good option. He's the one who fights chaos, you know?
I'm going to send... if I send for Uroxy warriors, though, they're going to want me to pay some thing to them, I imagine. Well, most people seem to suggest that send for Uroxy warriors was the right answer, so let's go that way. While we waited for word to get to them, the chaos creature ate some of our horses. Three great holy warriors of Urox came to aid us. They said we should call on the Storm Bull for his aid.
That means they'll help. You just need, like, they're saying you should probably sacrifice as well for that.
Alright. I've got some cows. I wouldn't mind sacrificing 30 to 50 feral cows.
That's a lot of cows to sacrifice. They were telling you numbers.
Did they?
Yes.
I saw... oh, okay. They might... Who was telling me numbers? In that... oh, sacrifice 25 cows at least. Hey, I was on the right track.
Mm-hmm.
Sacrifice 10 cows at least. I'm gonna sacrifice 20 on the dot to make everyone unhappy. While we prepared the sacrifices, the chaos creature ate some of our cows. The god talkers said the signs were good. Urox would aid us in our battle.
All right. There you go.
Let it rip. Oh.
Never mind. The signs were bad, actually.
We fought the creature, but its terrifying powers are too much for us. It devoured many of our fighters before our eyes and horribly wounded many others. It shambled off only when it had gorged itself on the corpses of the slain. Many people expected it to come back later. The surviving Uroxy warriors left us, saying that it had been a good fight and that if they need... I love the idea of them just riding off like, yeah, better player won. You've played 1 full year now. That's it for the tutorial. Thank you. Fuck off.
Well, you have a reserve of -3 magic.
Yeah, it does feel like I don't got a lot of magic cooking. It might be worthwhile to start a new one without the fucking tutorial hanging over my head.
And you also know what you're doing now, basically.
We've learned
everything
so
you've
much.
experienced at this point is like you have an understanding of how the game works.
I just want to go back. Where's my button for go back? Controls. Main menu.
It's yeah, new game, or my menu, whatever.
Alright. Now I can make my choices differently. I'm going to go with Orlanth this time. What was the most important thing that ever happened to me? The 100-day hunt when Orlanth and his son Odela tracked the Skybear. Adopted family. Todd of the Green didn't seem to affect me last time. I guess I never got far enough to get fucked up by some random people from the flat land called Prax.
It's also not likely to, so, it's not that you have to, you're gonna get messed up by it. It's if they ever show up, then you can't react positively or the clan will dislike them.
Gotcha. Who was the first deity which your clan helped to awaken? Well, the Knowing God did fuck all for me last time. So we're gonna go with Urox the Storm Bull. Because he seems to have something to do with those chaos creatures. And I have a memory of roughly 5 minutes that I'm operating off of. What was your attitude toward the dragons? So I guess if you're saying that this is more to do with how my choices are perceived, then neutral means that I can more or less analyze decisions on my own rather than being forced into one path.
They will not necessarily like or dislike it, which is a upside and a downside.
Gotcha. So I don't get like, benefits from doing the right thing, but I don't get detriments for doing
exactly
the wrong thing. Got it. I'll pick positive again then. I still think the dragons kick ass, even if they did eat me right away. I mean, I can't blame them.
And the game does call you foolish for being a dragon friend.
Yeah, and that's fine. More than we needed. I'm gonna stick with that, and we'll continue to play this length now that we know what we're up to. Or Carla says, a lot too to crop magic. Our herds are also important, so earmark one for them. Leave some magic available in case we need to call on the Earth Goddess. By the way, with an Uralda worshipper on the ring, we could perform more livestock rituals. So, you're from Ernalda. You are Vinga. Barntar. Both of them are saying herds and crops. I think I might go the route of slotting some into... What is with this guy?
He's a trickster. He's smiling because he's a trickster.
So what is allotting magic into mysteries do? Because I didn't do any last time. Does it mean that I just like passively get mysteries over the course of the year?
No, it makes it so it's more likely to get
gotcha.
Rewards for.
So allotting something into quests might have
also.
Good.
Also, I think allotting into mysteries makes your chances of exploring the areas around your Tula better as well.
Gotcha. I think I'm going to put one into quests so that when I do go on another hero quest, I don't immediately eat shit to the author of Sores.
If you immediately go into a hero quest first thing, then yeah, all right, I guess.
All right, point taken.
They're not easy to do, Oth. I did say that.
I
and
know.
You proved it yourself.
And we demonstrated that by me immediately eating shit. I love the part where his legs got ripped off and you were like, this is the good outcome.
Yeah, it is.
This is not a
I
normal
don't know
game.
what's weird about that.
This is just not a normal
No,
game.
It's not a normal game at all. I keep telling you that it's actually quite unique.
Don't allocate anything. Our stockpiled magic is inadequate. You know what? After what happened to me after that hero quest, Natalina is onto something here. It's easier keeping people healthy than trying to cure them later. I think we should allocate 2 to health magic. Well, nobody's listening to you, Rana. Our clan magic would be stronger if our chief were a devotee of Orlanth. Do we have anyone on
Or Vinga.
Or Vinga, yeah. I guess that's fair. So Vinga is just Orlanth but for all...
Vinga is Orlanth for ladies, because I don't believe the game will spawn any Lady Orlanthi.
Well, what I'm saying
The
is,
game will not spawn...
for all measurements where it's looking for an Orlanthi, then Vinga counts.
Yes.
Okay.
I think Barntar counts for Ernalden in exchange as well.
Okay.
For having a Barntarite leader of an Ernalden clan is an option available to you. There are some gender-locked gods, basically, and that's one of the options available, I think.
Happy with that stuff. What do I want to research? So I've got Blessed Crops. Steadfast would not be terrible. Healing would not be terrible. I feel like I get just an immediate benefit from getting Feared Women in Vinga. Because you were saying that basically makes all my women count as warriors as well.
For specifically defense, not offense.
For defense, yeah. Well, I'm not exactly looking to start wars right now unless I see those bastard apples again. I'm not too worried about Law Speaker. I don't know how clan lore manifests itself. What the fuck helps divine the truth means.
There is an option on a number of events, which are basically sacrifice for information kind of things, and clan lore makes you that's more likely to work.
Gotcha. There's several in Issaries that I'm kind of interested in, but I have to sacrifice for mysteries in order to get that.
Yeah, you don't know shit about Issaries on this run.
Yeah. Story of my life. Helps us find things. Yeah, okay, be more specific. I'm gonna sacrifice for Feared Women, hopefully. Pathfinder, of course. That makes sense. So if I were to sacrifice again, the only thing it can give me is Feared Women, so I would definitely get it.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, I didn't sacrifice
but
enough
that
cows
wasn't
for
good
that
enough. Yeah. 15 is usually where I like to go for sacrificing.
Okay.
Though.
Garnath, a prosperous herdsman of the Tarling clan, has come as an emissary from his clan leaders. He has gifts for you. He says they are worth 18 cows altogether. If we feasted them, we would bring cheer to our own people and theirs. Why do they give us gifts unless they fear us? She seems suspicious. I'm just saying. She's...
Vingans are... So...
Custom
Vingans
fare.
tend to be even more aggressive than Orlanthi are.
Okay.
So they... And I think she might be your war leader, actually. Do you have anyone beyond very good combat?
Combat, very good. Combat, no combat.
Oh, wait. Go check him again for a second. The first one.
Oh, the...
On the far right, sorry. The far right, the last one.
He's like everything. Custom heroic.
Heroic custom?
So we like him? I don't know what custom...
He's exceptional.
So what is custom mean again?
Dengmag is like the best. Custom is like the lore and history and stuff
Gotcha.
like that. And he's only 45. Dangmag over here is like the best starting person on the ring that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
He's got everything. He's got everything. His worst stat is good.
Huh. Dangmag. Dang.
He just wants to accept the gifts. Refuse to accept the... Why do you refuse? There's something this Garnath bothers. I just can't refuse him, I think.
Again, Chalana and Royans tend to have the weirdest opinions.
Yeah, I'm starting to get that.
Yeah, I don't think you have anyone that's an extremely good combatant, which means I think your Vingan is your war leader, oddly enough.
I think I'm going to go with accept the gifts and throw a feast. My leader suggests that, and it does coincide with accept the gifts, and if I'm going to get just a morale boost out of it, it kind of seems like it's... Seems like it's the best one. Accept the gifts, throw a feast for the Tarling Thanes. They toasted our generosity and said they would speak of it to others. Our people made merry and toasted the clan ring.
Everyone liked that.
Alright, well, I'm going to get feared women. This is happening, so I'm gonna go 15 this time. Nice. And I'll build... Alright. Coral, the trader... Hey, I remember Coral from last time, that motherfucking poet. The trader of the Jinstali clan is clearly more interested in profit than vengeance, and comes to engage in a routine training despite the feud between your clans. As he is concluding his business, he issues a warning. You best beware of Minara, who trades on behalf of the Hernari clan. She's a cheat, and worse, she knowingly trades away diseased cattle. Avoid entanglement in this dispute. Confront Minara with these accusations. That's just Wikipedia, my guy. Coral is well respected as an honest trader. We have reason to suspect Minara's perfidy in the past. We must somehow... He doesn't give a shit what we do as long as we do something. He's just unsatisfied with sitting on his hand.
Yeah, that's a very trickster opinion of just do something. I don't care what it is you do, but do something.
It seems like most people are on the same page about either confront or just be wary. Minara is from a clan that I'm warring with. Someone said that our relations with Minara's clan are very bad. We should not make them worse. I mean, yeah, but how much worse could I make them, right? Like, Nari. We owe them a favor, see? Our relations with them aren't that bad, probably. Actually, I think last time we owed a favor with everyone. Say that again?
Sometimes the people on the ring they will exaggerate for situations.
I think I'm gonna confront Minara with these accusations. Who do you send to confront her? So it's combat.
Honestly, you're exceptional. It's not necessarily combat. That's for being staying safe. But having someone with good custom is likely the way that you would get them to admit to things. But wow, whoa, why isn't he your leader? Very good leadership, renowned magic, excellent custom.
Because my current leader is actually excellent leadership rather than very good.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah, right here.
I think you want to reorganize your ring a little bit,
but... okay, so should I send my heroic custom or maybe my excellent custom?
Excellent custom with very good combat's probably a pretty good... yeah, he's probably a good option, honestly.
Okay. How many guards do you send with him? Several.
So this is one where there's the obvious thing of you send them with too many guards, then that looks suspicious, you know. But also sending them with none means, oh, you seem weak, that kind of thing.
Is 4 too many? Are you warning me against 4?
I'm not warning you against any number.
Okay, alright,
Do what you want.
I'm gonna do 3. She denied them and accused Coral of spreading lies about her. Wilms felt she was telling the truth. Well, I'm gonna trust Wilms on this one.
Okay.
Okay, so you're suggesting maybe it's worth reorganizing my ring?
I believe so, yeah. Like, that Lanker Mayan is staying on your ring forever.
Yeah, of
for
course.
Sure.
You think maybe Wilms would make a better
the guy
leader?
You just sent, he'd make a fantastic leader. He's only 39 and he's, sure, he only has very good leadership. Everything else about him is fantastic, you know? To set specifically a leader, that's, you'd have to unset.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe I lose the Vinga and replace with the Orlanth.
Yeah, because
since
she counts as Orlanthi.
Yeah, since I would keep it balanced as well.
You also have, you have a Humakti who's, like, extremely good at combat as well.
Why does it keep... Fucking phone UIs. The Humakti?
Alright, so, here's the thing. You also probably want to have him be your clan leader. And the way to set that is go to the person who's currently the leader and unset them as your leader, which is the second square.
I'll lose my mind.
Then you can set him to be your leader, and so on and so forth.
And then put
Rendella over there would be fantastic, is what I'm saying as well.
Okay.
I mean, her stats are across the board pretty good, and that renowned combat is fantastic.
Is there anyone here otherwise that I might be willing to lose? The Chalana
The
or
person who
Roy's
you
pick?
just unset is probably a good person to lose, honestly. She's only good at leadership.
Or Carla?
Yeah.
Okay. Colbrast seems hella mid. I'm gonna have him come to your house and talk to you.
Colbrast is a trickster. It doesn't matter what his stats are.
He's also very funny. Look at this. You gonna say no to a guy with that kind of smile?
Yeah. The hell are you talking about?
Okay, so we've got feared women now. That's exactly what I wanted.
You have an Orlanthi leader who's actually quite good as well.
Deals out more wounds in battle, reduces death and wound among the farmers. Is there anything for me to, oh my god, oh jeez, oh god. Oh, you can sacrifice to Malia for curing as well.
I don't know how well that works. It might.
Turn him into a zombie. I wouldn't mind Longcore Mai as well. I'm just like intrigued by this whole magic system. I feel like all I do is spend my time looking at this menu.
You spend a lot of time looking at the magic menu until you like max out everything in there. Because like once you've finished out all of the mysteries, for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to sacrifice for any more mysteries.
That's true.
Alright, so the Roxtanti are right next to you and are feuding with you. The Nari don't like you very much, but they're not feuding with you. The Wildcats are pretty close to you and are allies.
So if I were to maybe establish a route with Roxtani, would that rehabilitate things, or should I do an emissary for that?
You'd want to do an emissary for that. They will laugh in your face if you try to set up a trade route with them.
All right, I'm going to see what it's like. I mean, if this is still sort of experimental, I want to learn what goes into resolving a feud.
Mm-hmm.
Arnboard, what you got going on?
He's just pretty good at bargaining. Makes sense.
Is that the only stat I care about for diplomatic missions?
Probably the one that you care about the most.
All right, well, he's excellent, so that's great. I will allocate one additional weapon thing because they make me nervous. And I'm gonna bring some gifts. I bet they're gonna love 50 food. No, that's a lot of food. 30 food. I bet they're gonna see 30 food and say, oh boy, that's some great food.
Uh-huh.
And maybe some cattle? The thing I love the most about this game is how these menus are like, pick a number, and you think to yourself, I wonder how much the number should be. And some of these guys will say, you should bring 15 cows. And then the next guy says, I don't know, man, just do whatever the fuck you want. That's what I'm trying to do, Rana. Give me some feedback.
The 30 cattle is actually a very good gift. That they would appreciate that.
Okay.
I don't know if it's enough to resolve a feud, but I also don't know if it's not. So.
Well,
The
what?
Jinstali are so far away from you.
Yeah. Let's do 35 food. And 30 cattle. What? Arnbord has presented your gifts to the Roxtani clan and extended an offer of peace. The Roxtani seem uncomfortable at accepting such a large amount of gifts, but do not give them back. Korstardos, their chief, is reserved. Sartark, the Roxtani war leader, clearly imagines himself striking you down on the field of battle. Other advisors are more guarded. 7 cows would be a minimum. 50 cows would be good. 100 would be excellent. So they are more interested in wealth than arranging a noble male of your clan to marry a noble girl of theirs and vice versa? I mean, that's the only thing he's recommending to me.
That's what he thinks it is, anyway.
Huh?
That's what he thinks.
Yeah. What's his custom? Good? Okay, I trust his custom.
Yeah, second lowest value. I trust that.
Okay, if they didn't want me to see good and think positively, they should have named it something else, like bad. That's all I'm saying, okay?
The lowest value it can be is fair.
No, the lowest value can be is unlisted.
Okay, sure. That does mean it's instead the third highest.
That makes it the third highest on a scale of like 6 options, so let's call it like it is.
It's unlisted, fair, good, very good, excellent, renowned, heroic, I believe legendary is at the top.
Well, we don't have to think about those very high options because they don't exist to me.
Alright, well if you want to just immediately piss like 50 cows away, go for it.
I'm not pissing 50 cows away. He said
You're
7
not
was...
pissing them away, correct. However, everyone will regard it as pissing them away because 50 cows is a lot of cows.
Yeah, but I wasn't gonna pick 50. He said 7 minimum, 50 would be neato. I was thinking more like 25 cows. I mean... Is there a reason for me to think that I should disregard his advice and pick a better option? I imagine he knows the Roxtani better than I do.
You're not disregarding his advice. It's just, I think you're interpreting it like 7 cows is the absolute minimum, including they want to resolve the feud.
Well, I mean, I could arrange for a marriage. That's all we...
That might work.
People love that shit back then.
Yeah, that might totally work.
The marriages were agreed to. And
Hey, there you go. The end of the feud.
bride prices were
It did
exchanged
cost you
for dollars.
52 cows as well.
It cost me 52 cows as well?
Yeah, because you needed to pay for a dowry.
Well, they should have paid me a dowry too.
I think they did. I think it was in goods.
Well, I do love goods. Of course, goods are the second worst option. One of one of the giant reptiles called Earthshakers galumps into your Tula, intent on eating your crops. Ernaldesta manages to herd it away from the barley, but now it's crashed into a stead. I hate it when those giant reptiles called Earthshakers galump into my Tula. Our magic is strong. Our spells will succeed against it. The warriors won't be happy if they get hit by that tail. We can easily rid of it by feeding it, but then it'll want to come to back. Every time it smashes a stead, we lose about 10 cows worth of materials and lost work. The farmers will be upset if it eats their crops. If we had a nice big temple to Marangor, this sort of thing wouldn't happen. The only person whose opinion I care about is the trickster. There are many kinds of Earthshakers. Go ahead.
Marangor is sacred to Marangor and all those sorts of, yeah, never mind. He was about to tell you.
Some are intelligent and cast spells, others are terrible carnivores, and some eat only plants. They are sacred to Marangor, Ernalda's vengeful sister. I mean... It seems like the general consensus, if I were to take a vote, is use magic to drive it off. But I could send warriors to herd it away. So her recommendation is just to not use the warriors. That's the entirety of her recommendation. I assume when they say magic, they're talking about spending one of my magic points on it.
Yeah, I believe so.
As long as it's only one. But they would never make me lose more than one magic at a time.
Yeah, definitely not.
Got up and thundered away without hurting anything. Great. Yeah, I should have been able to use my diplomacy to make friends with it.
Mother of dinosaurs.
I'm gonna use this time for magic because it is the winter, and winter is the time of not doing shit that's gonna get me frozen or killed.
It is possible to raid during dark season. It just has the same chance of failing like everything else does on exploring.
Right. I'm gonna learn a little something about Isseries.
Sounds like a plan. You are going below 700 cows.
Is that a dangerous place
his
to be?
hero quest. That's his hero quest. This was the Conciliator.
Oh, gotcha. What is special about 700 cows? Is that a magic number I should be concerned about?
It feels like to me, whenever I go below 700 cows, that feels like it's low cows.
Gotcha.
Basically.
Okay, so I could perform the Isseries the Conciliator, but, I mean, obviously I'm not going to do that right now. Well, if I don't spend cows, what do I spend my time on? What do you do during the dark season aside from burn all your cows on magic?
Build.
Huh?
Build stuff. Under ward, you can go ahead and build fortifications. You can
What?
build
You can
more,
build
shrines.
fortifications? Well, I should get some
Yeah.
weapon things.
Gifts worth 1 cow means minus 1 good each.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't mean that they give cows. It means that gives 1 goods.
Okay. Tunneling, a Thane of the Nari clan, asks you for a gift of luck and divine favor on behalf of his people. He reminds you that you owe them a favor. We owe them a favor, but we don't necessarily have to give them exactly what they want, exactly when they want it. Yeah, we could be little shits about it, too. Our clan magic's already weak. We can't afford to help them at all. Their warriors are few and ill-equipped. We should curry the favor of the strong and forget about these weaklings. Finally can tell what to about that other thing. What?
Sometimes they don't have useful information.
Okay, well. Thanks, man. You've really solidified your place on the ring. If we are generous, it'll be easier to bargain with them in the future. When it says give, is it giving magic?
Yes, they're asking you for magic specifically right now.
Okay, so I cannot...
You can give gifts instead, for instance, but yeah.
Okay. Bad King Urgrain rarely granted favors, and when he did, he asked for payment 5 times over the original amount, enforced by his weapon thanes. Rad. Help them. Maybe they need the magic to perform rituals of healing. I'm going to offer gifts instead because I have no magic. That feels like the best option. I do owe a favor. I don't want to just turn him down. What do you offer them? Well,
so 25. I think they'll tell you as well here of like what the average favor amount is. I think. No? All right. The average favor amount is usually like 25. I think.
Okay. Well, I don't know whether or not I need to be concerned about my goods supply, but glad to have been of some assistance. Let's fortify. Oh, we're in storm season.
Storm season is usually the other raiding season of the year.
Okay.
It can still be cold, like snowy enough that rarely you can still be pushed back by the weather, but it's significantly less likely to happen in storm season than dark.
Okay. I'm gonna fortify then, just in case the bad times are coming.
Sure.
I have nothing
Build
to
a
add.
ditch.
Is there like a good option on here?
Dig ditches. Let's go. Dig ditches.
Is
No, they're all good.
okay.
Sorry, when I'm talking about digging ditches, just because of, here's the thing that every single like fantasy like war scene, every single movie you've ever seen, they should be digging ditches all the time. There should be ditches all over the place.
Sure. Horses
don't
don't
ever
like
do it.
ditches.
Exactly. Exactly 100%. Horses hate ditches.
They're just like me. They're just like me for real.
For real, for real.
All right, I'll build a ditch. What does the S next to that mean? Is that something I should?
No, I think that's just what it is. I don't know why it's got an S, but there's nothing to worry about there.
Okay. I guess if storm season is not yet over, my goods are getting low, but so are my cows. I really just want to do more sacrifice. I just love the sacrificing, but I'm gonna sacrifice.
So some gods actually prefer sacrifice of goods to cows.
Do they?
Urox, for example, prefers goods because you're smashing shit. For example. Although contrary to what you think, Oralda the cow mother wants you to sacrifice cows. Trelana Arroy also prefers you sacrifice goods, I think.
I don't mind this one. Hastens recovery of sick people or wounded people.
Mm-hmm. You can also build a shrine to it, like.
Yeah, I could do that.
You can do what you like.
I just figured maybe unlocking curing would be good.
It is, yeah, absolutely. All of these are useful to some degree.
Is it equivalent amount, or should I be doing a lot more goods?
It's equivalent amount here, I think. Yeah.
Word is that the Orladnast chieftain Yarnadar is mounting a big campaign against bandits around his Tula. He does this because his predecessor was derelict in his performance of this duty and had to step down. They are far away, and Yarnadar's actions don't mean much to us, but it is an interesting story.
That happens sometimes. All right, 8 magic. You went down to 0, and now you got 8 at the start of the year instead of 7. That's because you have an Orlanthe leader.
Oh, nice. Good for me. We initiated 21 children as adults. You couldn't have worded that more strangely.
What they did, though.
The clan has 3 more people, 121 fewer head of cattle, and no more horses than we did last sacred time. We produced 944 and 879 bushels of food, and we lost some due to spoilage. Our crafters produced 40 cows worth of goods. Our market made a profit of 21 cows worth of goods. Okay.
Yeah, that market right there, that is, The market is, you produce that amount from your trade routes.
Right.
You can trade goods for cattle.
Right. I'm interested maybe in reserving 2, and this allocation seems reasonable to me.
Sure.
I kind of wish I could put more in herds, but I think I would have to have a different leader for that.
Not a different leader, but you'd want to have like an Uraldin on the ring.
And then I could devote more
Which
points.
Isn't a bad
herds.
idea. Your Barn Turret's not super important, although he is letting you put a point of magic into crops, so never mind.
Yeah, that's true. That's pretty true. Okay, I'm gonna reserve 2 magic.
Pretty solid. What's the current opinion of the clan?
Is that just talking to these guys?
Content, resolved. They're doing great. No, it's just top right. The clan mood is contented. The farmers feel resolved.
Gotcha.
The weapons feel resolved. They're feeling good.
Yeah, no one's pissed at me currently. How do I produce more cows if I want to up the way cows are being produced? Is that just having more pasture?
More pasture lets them. That keeps them that keeps them fed. Doesn't necessarily makes them produce more, but your bull, the Blacktail the bull, the treasure that you have, that guy is letting you produce more cows. Some blessings can help cow fertility. Yeah, if you wanted to do that, then.
So how do I
sacrifice
use
to
calf
Uralda.
blessing? Do I just? Oh, I would need to use it in the magic screen.
Or you could build a shrine to Uralda to get that going.
Which means I need to do some sacrificing to get there.
Yes.
I mean, if that's my currency, I wouldn't mind just having my currency be going up.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
Thanks.
Milk blessing that increases your food at least.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Our people have always... a thrall owned by the Six Brothers clan stumbles onto your clan lands begging for help. We realize there's it's our lot in life to serve, he says, but we can no longer serve the Six Brothers who mistreat us terribly. Even a thrall can take only so much injustice before he must rise up and strike a blow for freedom. Transpires that his thrall, Markalor, incited a rebellion on the Six Brothers Tula. He and his fellow thralls killed several Six Brothers and fled to the woods. Outraged Six Brothers Thanes are now pursuing them, seeking vengeance. We act in accordance with the traditions of our ancestors. Our clan magic will be strengthened. Oh, I could get more magic by doing what I've done in the past, which is not allowing there to be thralls.
Exactly. So this is where taking a side matters, you can get rewards of magic as well,
Right.
As clan mood. So, going neutral on things means that you can't have the opportunity to get more mid-year as well.
Right. Okay.
So
that makes sense.
taking a stand is usually a good idea.
Normally it would cost us a mere 5 cows to buy each thrall, but since they need to be captured to be of any use, we can get them for far less. If we help Markalor, if we offend the Six Brothers, if we capture Markalor, they will think well of us. Costs us a mere 5 cows to buy each thrall. Some say the gods oppose the taking of thralls, others say the gods take thralls themselves. It's hard to know what to do. Useful as always. How can you be mad at that smile? We can't afford to get embroiled in all this now. Our fields need work, our crops need care. Our people have always opposed the taking of thralls. I was actually kind of wondering whether or not this was just a knowledge check, or if they would remind me what option I chose, and it seems like they're reminding me.
Yes, they will.
So, I guess a question I would ask that I actually am interested in the answer to is buying them consistent with the lore, or is that...
I think you have the option to immediately free them afterwards.
Okay, so this line of not starting a war, but just buying them and then releasing them would be consistent.
Let me quickly double check that for you, because I know that's like something you'd actually like to have. check on that.
I picked that I didn't take thralls this time also, yes. And I plan to pick it in the future. Because video games
yes,
are...
you have the option to immediately turn them free.
Okay. Yeah, while I think that video games are a fun way to explore other ways of thinking, I'm not willing to choose the option that is make slaves.
That's fair.
Who goes to make the offer? I guess it would be
You're
someone with
looking
good bargaining?
I think in this case, good combat is a good idea as well because, well, fundamentally, it's just that, like, hey, combat, it's saying, hey, don't fight me. I'm going to choose to do this.
Okay, well, it seems like that's my best option then.
Yeah.
How many warriors accompany Randella? A few weapon thanes and a few footmen?
I wouldn't send footmen personally, but that's up to you.
So I just kind of assumed this was like... So what's the rationale?
Footmen are still farmers.
Okay,
Footmen
gotcha.
are farmers.
Gotcha.
They are not professional warriors. Weapon thanes are professional warriors. They don't contribute during planting.
Gotcha.
Or harvesting.
So this would actually take away from the planting. This isn't like a moment in time. This
That's
is like
why...
devoting a season to it.
Yes.
Okay. Randella is told that there are 6 rebellious thralls and they are worth 5 cows apiece. I will bargain them down. They are not willing to lower their price of 5 cows each. Do you accept? Yes. What do you do now that you own the thralls? Let them live free. Let them live free. Yeah. The people
Magic plus 3.
That's a lot of magic. The people were glad. By rescuing unfortunate mistreated thralls, we honored our... Jesus Christ, I can't read today. We honored our ancestors and strengthened our clan magic. During our absence, Markalor slipped away and rejoined his group. He and the other thralls soon melted into the landscape. We later heard that they were so excited by this first success, they attacked a troll caravan and were eaten, every one.
But they were free to do that, which means it's a good ending.
This game really does sort of frame things, frame the good ending as being somewhat mercurial.
It's a bit, yeah. Listen, playing as an Orlanthe means that you're not playing as a modern society, okay?
I know,
That's how it works.
I get that. I just think it's very funny. It's like, this is the good ending, right?
This is one of the good endings, yeah.
I'm gonna sacrifice again because I would very much like to get Calf Blessing. I feel pretty strongly about that right now, actually. That's great. This is great. This is actually awesome for Author Blues.
Okay, so that's the hero quest. Oh, hello.
I'm sorry. The Thunder Ducks? A scouting party discovers rich farmland not far from your stead. It's inhabited by strange beast folk who behave sort of like normal Orlanthe and call themselves the Thunder Ducks. For once, both warriors and Carls agree. It would be a fine thing to draw these small inhuman creatures from this fertile valley and claim it as your own. I don't love the tone with which that was written. Let's not be too bold. You never know what strange magic members of the elder races might wield. Yeah, I kind of think that if you have anthropomorphic ducks, that they're going to know some sort of spell I don't.
So, I've got like story of the ducks, but I'm not going to tell you until after you do this event.
Okay. The ducks know their home terrain. Many a brave man has been humiliated because he underestimated a foe. Randella knows what I'm talking about. Randella gets it. I'm just saying, Randella gets it. How dare you, Egrets? It's not as if we will lose the respect of our allies if we displace these creatures. Yeah, they will fear our strength. Make demands with confidence. We shouldn't neglect our own land by raiding during planting time, no matter how tempting this new land seems. The ducks appear to practice a corrupted version of Orlanthe ways. That makes them friends. And now, the most important opinion. Carls and fighters agree on something for once, and we're thinking of denying them. If we don't attack the ducks, we'll be deafened by grumbling.
Deafened by grumbling.
Jesus Christ. Okay. So, does anyone recommend peace? Yeah, my leader recommends peace.
Yeah, your leader does. And your war leader does as well. Your war leader and your, like, clan leader both say, Maybe at most we get like a little bit of tribute and that's it.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea of asking for tribute because that's just passive profit, but
Light tribute is not that big of a deal either. Like they will not mind too much about that from like, because asking for like a light tribute, like the human clans also wouldn't care that much, you know?
So here's my only thought, and I'm not looking for feedback, I'm just sharing my thought process.
Yep.
Is that not knowing anything about this game, I wonder if I like treat them kindly, if I'm just like, hey, y'all are cool, I like you, if they have something to benefit me, right? Like if they would share their magic with me or something like that, if there's something I gain directly from doing so. That's my immediate attitude toward it. Like I'm not concerned about expanding my land. That's just not something I'm worried about at the moment. So getting them to cede their land or surprising them with an attack doesn't seem useful to me. The most I'd be interested in doing is maybe asking for a tribute just for the passive benefits, but I'm kind of just interested in seeing what happens if I offer them a peace pact. The Ducks accepted and gave our clan a piece of honor in their songs. They said they would also praise us to their kin in the swamp. Maybe, I mean, I got mood minus on that, but maybe that has long-term payoff.
So the Ducks, or Durals, are a race of like sentient birds that in the distant past were you know, they could fly and everything, but at some point they were I believe it was they broke a pact and thus became cursed with the inability to fly.
Gotcha.
Between the fact that they then they've regretted this for the entirety of their time ever since, they now hold pacts to be sacred, basically, and also as part of that, they are now vicious enemies of the undead, which means that the Ducks are typically Humakti, the undead hating like
Sure.
martial race, martial like.
Though apparently those
like
were Orlanthi.
worshippers. Humakti are Orlanthi.
Oh, okay.
Orlanthi is any, and you worship any member of the Orlanthi pantheon.
Okay,
Humakti is
okay.
one of them.
Gotcha. A number of the clan's leading men approach the ring. Their leader, Lochpent, has a litany of complaints. Ever since Wilms became chief, Lochpent says, our reputation has suffered. Our friends the Wildcats compare us unfavorably with their livestock. That's... what a scathing burn that is in old-timey jargon. Compare us unfavorably with their livestock. The Jinstali send curses that rot our meat and make our bread taste like straw. At home, things are no... Have you considered that maybe you're just not very good at cooking? At home, things are no better. The spirits of our ancestors are slow to answer us. It's time we had a new chief. Well, what do you think? I can't believe we're wasting time listening to this windbag. Yeah, this game rules. At least we won our last battle. Wilm's luck has not deserted him. Chiefs are elected and maybe replaced at the will of the ring of the people. That's Wikipedia. You are just Wikipedia, my guy.
Bartarites tend to be boring, okay? That's just like their personality.
I've got a guy
they're
on
boring
my
people.
I've got a guy on my ring who basically just tells me what color the sky
Opens
is
up his
every time.
phone. He opens up his phone every single time that he's in like a meeting and will just read shit off of Spark Notes or Wikipedia.
I mean, you're right. Sometimes Wikipedia is useful, right? Like, occasionally that person on the ring will tell me, like, the expected tribute amount is 15 cows. And it's like, thank you. I actually didn't know that.
That is useful information, so...
Perhaps there's something else they really want.
They just don't have opinions. That's the thing.
The Carls have no particular complaints about Wilms. If we replaced our chief every time anyone had a complaint, we'd be doing nothing but holding elections. Wilms was made chief according to the laws of our clan, and should remain chief until he breaks them. And of course, the most important opinion, our ancestral spirits never answer me, and I talk to him all the time. I love that guy. I will always have a trickster on my... I will always have one of the Urmal on my ring. They are funny as fuck.
Tricksters are the best. I also always have a trickster on my ring. It's always a good time.
So I'm kind of interested in what happens if I ask him who put you up to this, but it's either going to be that or dispute their allegations, because I'm not really interested in replacing him. He rules, and they're stupid. Look at this! Look at this fucking kid down here.
Asking who put them up to it is actually not a downside. I don't think there's a downside to doing that.
All right, then that's what I'm gonna do. It's no secret that Orlerant would make a far better chief than you, Wilms. Lackpint repeats his complaints. With Wilms as chief, we're on the road to disaster. The spirits of our ancestors are slow to answer us. It's time we had a new chief. Outlaw Orlerant. Fuck that guy.
I think they might have new things to say on this one now.
Huh?
They might.
Oh, you think? Oh, gotcha. Seems.
Okay, no, it just is what they would have as opinion on this.
So I mean, I think as far as I can tell, the only answers that I'm really satisfied with would be dispute their allegations or remind them of their duty to follow chosen leaders. Though this seems more antagonistic. Just disputing their allegations seems like somewhat passive. No.
Maybe more antagonistic actually will basically make them realize that they're being silly about it, though.
That's true.
That's also possible.
Outlaw Orlerant seems like the funniest answer. I'm surprised the Trickster didn't choose that one. Yeah, sure. Lackpint replied, "You are forgetting the first law. No one can make you do anything. And we're certainly not going to do anything," Wilms says. Lackpint repeats his complaints. "With Wilms as chief, this clan is the laughingstock of Dragon Pass. The spirits of our ancestors are slow to answer us. It's time we had a new chief." Dispute their allegations then, man. This guy's gonna make me cut off his head. Wilms started explaining his decisions, but after he was drowned out by laughter and then shouted down, he fell silent. Lackpint repeats his complaints. Yeah, of course you did. It really just feels like it's going to continue whittling me down to doing something. I guess I'm gonna outlaw Orlerant. When brought before the ring, Orlerant smiled sarcastically and said, "You're the ones who'll have to live with this mistake." Hey, yo, what's up, Loon? 3 weeks later, we learned that Orlerant has been adopted as a Thane of the Wildcats. Of course he has! No? Glumbaron says, "As the Armali counselor, I think you should shit on the table and run away."
It's a pretty good bit of trickster advice. I like it.
I could do nothing. Yeah, I could have, but I didn't. I was kind of hoping that outlawing him would also outlaw his head from his body, but apparently he's just gone to live with the Wildcats, so whatever. How are we doing on... Resolved is probably middle of the road, I guess.
Resolved is actually pretty good.
Okay.
Reserved is acceptable, I think. It's not good, but it's not...
Oh, reserved is clan mood, yeah.
Yeah. It's a bit worse, but it's not that bad. That's like still a very tolerable number.
Well,
the only reason why it even went down is because you had the problem of, I think, specifically, the reason why that event happened, I think, is because you put them on the thing, and now ever since you did so, you're down like 150 cows and 100 goods, and they look at that and go like, "Oh man, he's spending shit like willy-nilly." Despite, like, you have reason to do it, but yeah.
Well, they can suck shit. They really don't want to give me the calf blessing. Like, they feel really strongly about me not having the calf blessing. Jadasan, oh, sorry. Robosart, the Thane of the Genestine clan, comes to ask you for... You should just have more vowels, man. Comes to ask you for information about the Jadasan, chief of the Nemolding clan. We intend to enter into negotiations with Jadasan and hope that you know something about this personality, so that we will be well prepared for our parley with the Nemoldings. You owe us a favor, and we will consider your obligation discharged if you give us good information.
Okay, so I think the clan ring can be correct about this, but so there's actually in the list of information about like clans and stuff, you can learn about what the like quirks of the leaders are.
Okay.
And if you had that information, you could just answer this like from that alone. But at the same time, I believe the ring can be accurate as well if this is something that they ask you about.
Okay. Jadasan is very pious and rich in the love of the gods. Jadasan is a bold one. His deeds will surely be celebrated in the chronicles. Answer his questions. It's good to give him words instead of... My ring might go down to 6 pretty soon. Not asking for cows, not asking for food or goods. What a great chance to gather favor for nothing. Okay, Natalina is correct.
That's literally the same thing that the dude said, though.
Yeah,
It's
but
just
the
a
way
little
she
more
said it felt
enthusiastic.
better for me. We owe Robosart an answer, for we are indebted to his clan. Better to give Robosart a gift than information we are unsure of. Just tell him what we think of him, as if we were speaking about Jadasan. Alright, everyone is
So, the two
saying
that you got is that
Jadasan we
he's
know him well.
pious and bold.
Hmm?
So you know the two things about him from the ring here? That he's pious and bold.
Yeah.
Now, there's a chance that that's not what they're asking about, so you're just gonna have to guess.
Pious and bold, and that he is rich in the love of the gods.
Mhm.
Is Jadasan a generous chief? Oof.
All right, guess, white boy, guess.
Generous when they're rich and miserly when they're poor. That feels... Whatever. Robosart departed and thanked us for the information. Not long afterwards, he returned to Artula to thank us. Your words gave us insight into Jadasan, and we used that insight to set up favorable trade arrangement. Yeah, I'm a genius. Okay?
Good 1 and 3. Congratulations.
What if I sacrifice again? You can't keep saying no to me, Eralda. Eralda, I need these cows. You have to help me, Eralda.
Yeah, you got it. Finally.
Janesta, a girl of your clan, sees a terrible omen. As she's sitting doing needlework, the shadow of a bird passes over her. When the people hear of this, they are very troubled. This omen means that some grave disaster looms. It might mean death or illness for the girl or one of her kinfolk, or trouble for the entire clan. It is a very bad omen, but our clan magic is strong. Janesta will suffer no ill effects. We can call on kin, even distant kin, in a case like this. Birds are bad when they were sacred. Sorry, birds are bad because they were sacred to Orlanth's enemy, Yelm the Emperor. I mean, that's good information.
Orlanthi do not like either birds or dogs.
Or shadows, apparently.
They do, however, hold cats to be sacred.
Okay. If we send her off, we'll avoid whatever misfortune awaits her. It's kind of a fucked up thing. It's like, damn, shit sucks for you. Do you want to go live in the mountains? We should tell the people not to worry. It is a very bad omen, but our clan magic is strong. Hang a horseshoe on the heavy beam above the door. It might suddenly fall and crush your guests. So he recommends
Clan
doing
magic
nothing.
is strong.
Hmm?
5 is a lot to have
Yeah.
on hand.
Well, is sacrifice to the gods, that's not sacrificing magic, that's sacrificing, like, goods or cows, right?
Cows or goods, yes.
So, strong enough to face any misfortune is probably the answer that would be, like, our magic will protect us.
Possibly.
Yeah. Could just go send her to live at the, you know, at the nunnery, right? Like... The people were reassured. You're fucking right they were. I don't want milk blessed. So it picks it at random for me too?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can just unclick it and then click the other one.
Oh, I tried to do that
unclick
first and
milk
thought it
blessing.
wasn't going to let me. Okay, never mind. Crisis averted. Don't worry. Don't worry, Doc. Crisis averted.
Oh, good. Good work. Good work.
Alright, that calf blessing is sure to turn things around for old Author Blues. I feel like we're we're doing okay on food, but I don't know whether or not these options here feel like a set of options for which there is a right answer. Like, improve crop yield versus preserve food against spoilage feels like one of those things that, like, when you're really experienced with this game, it's like, yeah, crop yield pays off way more often than preserve against spoilage.
You know it's best, though. Both at the same time.
Yeah, yeah, okay. That's true. I'm looking for options that are good for, oh, wait. Did I? Wait. What is the sconce symbol here represent? I mean, I know that it's the same symbol as the sacrifice, but what's it telling me here on this menu?
I don't know.
Is it like I can spend,
That might be you know all of their blessings? No, you don't, though. You don't know resurrection. Oh, it means you've sacrificed them recently. Okay.
Oh.
Right. You likely get lesser chance of things working if you sacrifice repeatedly.
Oh, okay. Okay. That makes sense. Where do I see how many sick people I have?
Under... Yeah.
Is it?
You have 8 sick people.
Oh, I
That's
see it
not
here.
much.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'll build a shrine for curing? Just to keep everyone healthy?
Not a problem.
The harvest was typical this year, however the sacred time rituals we performed for our crops had little effect.
That can happen.
Sucks to be me.
It still was plenty food, though. You have enough food for everyone, I'm pretty sure.
So does my cow's number only go up at the sacred time?
It can go up before then, I think, but generally speaking doesn't.
Okay.
You'd have to get like an event that's like, oh, a large number of calves were born, all of a sudden, sort of thing.
Earthblood.
So you haven't been raided yet at all. This is the second year, I think.
I think we're still in the first year of this game, right? Or no, I guess we did make it through storm season. You're right.
Yeah, so this is the second year, and you haven't been raided at all yet.
Yeah, it's because they know that all of my women will defend the Tula.
Mm-hmm.
They're seeing that and they're saying, not gonna fuck with that. Helps in our dealings with other clans. Love hearing that. Let's sacrifice to Aeseres. A sacrifice should be worth at least 7 cows. Twice as much or more would be better. Allocated mysteries magic so a sacrifice may succeed. That was a wise choice on my part. The Silver Tongue Ritual. Oh, cool. 4 weeks ago, Hengal, a sour pig herder, died of old age in his sleep. Family mourned and buried him, but death is not inconvenienced Hengal. Each night he climbs from his grave, returns home, sits at his son's table, and demands a meal. He stays until dawn, eating their food and drinking their mead. His family is distraught. He is eating us bare. We won't have enough to last through dark season, and the sight of a rotting corpse eating porridge puts us off our own dinner. Our children grow thin. They cannot sleep for nightmares. Tell the family to tolerate Hengal. Oh, trickster magic! The undead are potent. Driven magic is risky. Undead are potent. Driven. Magic is risky. But he does recommend trickster magic. I'm just saying. Undead, bring me my sword!
She's a Humakti. That is her job.
That's she is. At least she's internally consistent. Okay, this guy's going to tell me that people don't necessarily die when they are killed. It shouldn't be hard to kill an old pig farmer.
Pretty close.
In Nalinda's saga, a priestess lays a dead cousin back to rest. The dead are resolute but stupid. I love Kolbrast. Although the situation is serious, it does not threaten our food reserves. Shut the fuck up. Sometimes the dead bear tidings, but this one just wants pie. I think we're going trickster magic on this one. That feels like the funniest option.
Funniest for sure.
Okay.
Most reliable? Well, that's its own question.
Kolbrast ordered the clan's cooks to prepare their most delicious meals. When they were done, he laid the food in a trail leading from Hengul's grave to Moldy. The Revenant ate his way from Artula and began raiding our neighbors' tables instead. The Moldings were not pleased. What demanded Kolbrast? It's easier to give a problem away than to solve it. I love this man.
He's right. It is.
Oh man, this guy rules.
Hey, storm season.
Okay, so this is a time where raiding can happen sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Hey, generally speaking, no one's pissed at me except for the guy who lives way out in the West 40 who no one cares about his opinion.
True.
So I should raid someone. But who?
You could also cattle raid with just like, grabbing stealing
Oh,
a few
I
cows
love more
without-
cattle. That's a great idea.
You can likely get more from a proper raid, but a cattle raid has less danger associated with it.
Sure.
If you're stealthy about it.
The Tarlings are the weakest of the nearby clans.
They also like you though.
They're middling toward me. Okay, no. Sorry, I forget the color system here. Yeah, purple is I'm indifferent toward you, but very purple is I don't care for you all that much, and then bright purple is I am unhappy about you.
Sir, use the colors properly. The Tarlings are violet, then Orludpast or Orludnas, those are purple, and then the Zethnering are magenta.
Okay, you know what?
Thank
you're
you.
right. That's on me. Send too many warriors. Yeah, everyone's saying don't send too many warriors. We should build a watchtower to help spot raids and to give us time to respond. Homie, I don't think you know what we're doing here. You got woken up, showed up at the table and said, raids, we hate those things. And someone like taps him on the shoulder and it's like, no, we're the ones raiding.
It is very funny where you sometimes just get just the real boring people on the ring.
Raids may provoke counter raids. I'd like to see them try. Other than people telling me like who is the weakest of my nearby clans and things like that, aside from that information, is there any way for me to get an indication of like who is more likely to like succeed against and fail against?
I mean, that's not really that's the question is basically whether or not they have a watchtower or not.
Right.
And you can't know that, so.
Sure. Okay, so I was warned not to send too many people. Is it warning me that 9 and 6, the amount the game recommended to me, is too much?
Not necessarily. It's just maybe you don't want to necessarily send that many, too many too.
Okay.
And this is keeping back a reasonably healthy amount for defense as well.
Okay, I'm gonna do a cattle raid against Zethnering. Easy.
Nice. They love that. That worked easy. It was 25 free cows.
Love that. I'd like to see Orlando get back over here and talk his shit. While foraging for berries in the bush, women of the clan encounter a talking fox, as sometimes happens. In halting trade talk, it said that in exchange for 24 cows, it would bring us much luck. Any number of cows other than 24 would be unlucky. It tells the women it will be waiting for them the next day, when they have talked on the other two legs. Capture the fox and trade it to a talking fox might be worth 20 cows. Okay. I'm more interested in seeing where this fox is going. I kind of want to give him 24 cows and just say, what's up? Talking animals are strong spirit friends. It can probably bless us. Yeah, that's kind of what's being proposed here, buddy. Oh.
So...
Randella doesn't think it's worth very much. Go on.
Oh, Barntar is an elf hater guy. Okay. So there's also occasionally personalities that are placed onto random nobles as well.
Gotcha.
Which means that they will occasionally bring up
their own biases.
Gustand over here is going to be paranoid about elves occasionally, as well as being boring.
Well, I mean, it's at least better than him just defining fox for me. Fox is a general name for one of many such creatures. Though they are rare, every type of animal has especially intelligent individuals who can... Okay, Natalina. Natalina hit the sauce. The fox is one of Ermal's favorite animals. He would be honored by a sacrifice of a talk. I love where Kulbrost made it sound like he was like, yeah, we're on board with this. And he's like, yeah, Ermal loves foxes. Let's kill it. That's tough. On one hand, I'm inclined to do whatever Kulbrost tells me because I love him and I want to see him succeed. I prey on his success. But also agreeing to the deal, I kind of want to know. I mean, worst case scenario, right? Like, what's the bad outcome here is that I give him 24 cows and I find out that it was some other clan's trickster magic, and then, like, I'm willing to lose 24 cows on that possibility. You know what I mean? I'm gonna agree to the deal. The fox said we would soon notice luck showering upon us. Then it drove the cattle into the forest. People saw no change in luck and began to say we had given away cows for nothing. Yeah. That happens sometimes, you know. I'm starting to think that fox might not have been on the up and up.
What?
Okay, I will never doubt Kulbrost again. I got outfoxed? Yeah. I could always go on another cattle raid. I mean, what's the chances that Zethnorin catches me after 2 raids, right? It's basically impossible. 31 cows. Okay. 35 fewer head of cattle. Gotta keep an eye on that. Produced 946 and 802. 72 were lost due to spoilage. Crafted 54 cows worth of goods. And we made a profit of only 3 cows. Jesus. Like, what's a good amount of food?
You got a ton of magic.
Do I feel like... Yeah, I guess I don't have to really hold back much. I mean, we can just go to town on mysteries. Oh, I guess I've got some left over from all of that extra magic I scored last season. But I don't have to spend it all. I can hold on to some. I have a feeling that my streak of not getting raided might be coming to an end soon, so maybe I'll give myself a point of war.
That's fair.
And I'll do 1 in trade, and I'll call that good enough. Or do I want to do 1 in quests? Is this going to be my season for quests? Am I... Am I on my quest arc? Is this my quest era? Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to decide whether or not I'm going to do any questing. Because that decides whether or not I want to put a point into it. Yeah.
Mild dark season. That's actually kind of neat because that means that it might be, you might be able to do things in dark season that you normally wouldn't be able to reliably.
Okay. I think I'm gonna stick with quests though. I think I'm gonna. Nothing untoward happened to Genesta, the girl who saw the bird shadow pass over her. We can assume that the danger of this ill omen has passed. Pretty clear that our clan magic is not much stronger and our luck has not changed for the better. We were tricked by that talking son of a bitch! I cannot believe that we would have gotten outwitted by a fox. The trickster was onto something. Shut. I deserve it for not listening to the trickster. You couldn't be more right. Is there anything since this is the sea season, is there anything I can do during this season that will improve the yield of my farms? Like, is there anything that I can use my turn on that will make my sea season more profitable than usual? I guess I could look to see if there's any magic for it, but helps ripen the crops. I guess I don't have to build permanent. I guess I've kind of more or less overlooked the option of just doing temporary sacrifices. The sun ritual. Hey, that's exactly the one I wanted. What the fuck? How did they know? Annual maintenance. This costs like nothing annually to have one. Hello? Dragonute emissaries appear at your clan hall to offer gifts. We wish to avoid entanglements. Your world. The high status lizard man croaks. This gem's from a mountain cave. Shouldn't be of us. You take. It ripples its frills as it waits for an answer.
So these are dragons, dragonutes. They're an early part of the dragon life cycle.
Mm-hmm.
They are very odd how they work.
I don't want to ask for a larger gift. I feel like I've been peaceful with them in the past, and that the correct answer would be to give reciprocal gifts.
They do want to avoid entanglements, which means it's, I think what they're saying here is actually, take these and leave us alone.
Oh. I mean, if I offer reciprocal gifts, am I, positioning myself to have them owe me a favor? Because I don't view it that way, but is that the way the game views it?
I don't actually know, is the thing.
I mean, I guess I'll just accept their gift then. I would... My inclination is to give reciprocal gifts, but...
Might be the correct option, I don't know.
Our ancestors appeared to the god talkers in dreams, praising them for being friendly to Dragonkin while remaining true to Orlanth's way.
That might have been then if you had done the reciprocal gifts, that might have been too friendly. Because Orlanth specifically doesn't like dragons.
scored some magic. Barntar. Is this like giving Wikipedia $5? Is that what it means to build a shrine to Barntar? Lets our farmers work more productively.
That's another crops bonus.
Yeah. Do feel like I'm starting to perhaps overextend on... Even if exploring doesn't always discover new lands, it can find where outlaws are hiding and make our caravans safer from attack. Thanks, Arnbond.
You're getting recommended by Arnbord to explore a bit, maybe.
So how do I explore?
It's under map, I believe.
Oh. Oh, I didn't even realize there was anything here I should give a shit about. Okay.
Yeah, explore. You can explore out into the rough regions of the map, and so this is not 100% random. Things are already on this map every time.
Okay.
So
if you already knew where things were, you could head toward
look.
them.
Yes.
So I put a marker
yeah, over
down,
there on the east. That's Prax.
which are my
hate them.
foes. They're the people who I hate the most.
It's true.
This place seems like it is probably interesting, but also maybe interesting is bad. Maybe interesting is the sort of thing I should be avoiding mostly. I don't know, I'm a sucker for interesting. Randella
Is your war leader. I'm just gonna throw that out there. You might not want to send your war leader.
Yeah.
So
for exploring, it seems like it's asking me to pick someone who's good at combat.
for the most part, yeah, combat. Exploring is a combat thing because it's just keeping whoever's out is safe.
I'll send the old guy. And he's gonna be power walking. I've been to malls before, I know that that's what old people are into. Yeah, that seems like the game recommends this amount, so... Sure. An old woman who introduces herself as Laika brings a baby to you. She's been raising the child alone in the woods, so you can assume she has been outlawed from her clan for some reason. I raised this girl in a shield, so she will grow up to be a mighty warrior. It is time she had a clan, so I bring her to you. Her name is Kalir. The people will be heartened by a show of generosity. An infinite cradle and a shield in the wilderness will grow up to be a mighty warrior, so the stories say. I mean, thanks, man.
Itra gave an axe to Barolo and both parties prospered.
What's confusing about this? It's just a story. She is no kin to us. We're not obligated to take her in. The best banquet is the one you remember afterwards. Alright, man. Shut the fuck up. The people might be heartened by a show of generosity or offended we have brought the taint of outlawry upon the clan.
This could be a good result, or it might be a bad result.
Yes, those are the two options, correct. Yeah, Rana does not seem to have a good grasp on the concept of offering advice. She's like, you could do this, or you could do something totally different, and the outcomes will be different. I'm gonna go with my leader, who is a genius, and adopt both the woman and the girl. Laika was surprised and pleased by our generosity.
And the plan movement up because they actually liked that.
Elusu is exploring. Good. Let him go.
So if he doesn't come back, you know what happened.
How long do I wait on him?
You'll eventually get a, notice of, hey, Elusu's been out for a really long time. I think we should consider him dead.
Can I, do a sacrifice for Pathfinder? Is it too late for that now?
It's probably too late for that.
Okay, I didn't know if I needed to do that before he left.
I don't know.
Yeah. I can switch to Pathfinder. That might not be a terrible idea. I mean, who's attacking me right
That
now?
might be like a decent idea. No one, if you get raided during Earth season, the people doing it are fucked for that season. So.
Shield baby will be mighty. There's some free actions and there's some actions that move the clock forward. Yeah. Free actions, like changing my magic allocation here is a free action, but if I were to like do research or build something, that takes a season. Maybe I'll set up a caravan? Arnboard, my guy, let's fucking do it. Let's establish a route to... Is Thunderduck the Thunderducks? I kind of want to have a trade route going with the Thunderducks. They're weird duck people who live nearby. Okay, well that's a little judgy, if I'm being honest.
Worth noting, the ducks produce a lot of food.
Yeah. So I want to get in on that. Do I get more? So this isn't... Okay, so this is size. So, like, if I make a bigger caravan, I guess probably bigger caravan just means it's a larger target. Like, maybe I'll get more stuff, but more likely to be raided. Yo, newbie, thank you so much for the raid. Are Thunderducks the Thunderducks? Sounds like... Okay, you know what? When you say it like that, it does sound like I have started worshipping Barntar. I'm gonna do big caravan size. We're gonna go big or go home. Me and the Thunderducks, we're like this. We're homies. And if you attack us, then you attack the Thunderducks. And they don't like that. We're gonna go there. I don't need to set anything in the sell by for established route, right? You said that's just kind of like a passive thing.
Sorry, what?
For established route, I don't need to set any, like, cattle, food, goods, horses.
Yes, correct.
Warrior morale went down for whatever this is. The warriors of your clan come to complain. There are too few warriors now, says Hjord, their spokesman. Our patrols are stretched too thin. We cannot protect all of the lands, herds, and people, and the other clans know it. Normally, we could train Carls to become weapon thanes. Go ahead.
This is actually a good event in disguise, because this is a way to get more weapon thanes than you'd normally be able to do so.
Nice.
So, yeah. Adopt warriors, why not? Let's go.
So what's the option that gets me the most weapon thanes right this second?
It's the first one, but like that, the others can be good options for like, you know, encouraging the clan in general.
So the first option probably gets me more weapon thanes, but probably sours mood a little bit because I'm accepting outlaws.
Exactly, yeah.
So this probably is like highest morale booster, but gets me the least payoff. This is probably balanced, and then the first one is like the most. I just want more weapon thanes. They can eat shit for all I care. How upset are they going to be mad at me if I take 10 weapon thanes? Dangmag wants to question them all to see which ones are honest. Randella says they might all balk if made to answer questions about their past. Do you let Dangmag have his way? I'm not sure I'm prepared to argue with a guy whose name is Dangmag. That's too many hard consonants, man. Might all balk. I'm gonna say no. It seems like everyone was happy with this choice. This is gonna have some knock-on event later where the game's gonna be like, yeah, some of them were thugs and they murdered everyone, and now you have no people left. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Let Colbrast question them instead. Yeah. Alright, we're in Earth season, so still no fucking around, lest I find out. Humacht. You got anything on that? Weapon things fight with the strength of 2. That sounds so badass. Humacht, it is your turn to be sacrificed to. The battle luck ritual. I mean, okay. Our caravans
Just raw good luck.
Our caravans
Hey,
from the Thunderducks.
nice.
They agreed to trade with us on a regular basis, and we made a profit from this trip. I'm no warrior, but I did notice that the Thunderducks have 10 short, feathered, armored warriors.
Nice.
Oh. Vingan warrior women burst into your clan hall during a feast. They set fire to the hall and wound several warriors and ring members. As your weapon things rally to drive them off, they retreat, sustain only light wounds themselves. Your attackers were from the Konthasos clan, whose weapon thanes are well known for hiring out their martial services to other clans. They are often employed during feuds. Many of your people immediately assume that they were hired by the Genstali, who you are feuding with.
It's Earth season right now, so just gonna warn about that.
Yep. Make peace with the Genstali clan.
Oh man, they wounded so many people.
Yeah,
Damn.
Yeah. Wait until the crops are harvested, then plan for spectacular revenge. Hire Konthasos mercenaries to attack them back. Konthasos law speakers will claim their...
That sounds pretty fun.
Not
As an
responsible.
option.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not opposed to making peace with them, so this doesn't happen anymore, but at the same time, fuck them. Who needs them? Sure. We'll do this one. They will do it if you gift each warrior with 5 cows worth of goods. How many do you hire? 10?
You can just do 3. That's 15 goods. That's not that much.
5 cows worth of
Oh,
goods.
right.
Oh.
5 cows worth of good. Okay, so no, never mind. This would be that would cost 15 for that.
For 3 of them?
How much of a statement do you want to give here?
I would like for their children to remember what happens to them.
Well,
I want a 75 cow statement on my desk by the end of the week. Max that slider.
that's 75. That is expensive, and you do need some goods to maintain your shrines, but I don't know. It would be funny.
I know, and I'm here for the content. I'm gonna go with 10. That's
Okay.
what?
10's pretty good.
That's 50
That's
goods?
pretty good, yeah. Yeah.
They reported success in their attack. They wounded many of our foes. Good.
Nice.
I need to do a prayer for healing, I think.
Chalana Arroy.
Right.
Pop.
I could just switch to healing.
Chalana Arroy is one of the ones where, like, actually sacrificing directly to her is pretty good.
Okay. Does Chalana Arroy want cows or goods?
She does not. She wants goods.
Okay. Healed all our wounded. Helgana the
Here's
Knowing.
a fun little thing.
Sorry, say that again?
Here's a fun little thing about Lanker Mayans.
Mhm.
So, all Lanker Mayans are required to have huge beards.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually part of the the agreement when you become a Lanker Mayan, basically.
Right.
However, women are absolutely allowed to become Lanker Mayans.
They just have
So
to wear...
so they have to wear large fake beards.
Right.
To show that that's what they are.
Gotcha. Helgana the Knowing, a Lankor Mai devotee of your clan, describes to a curious event that took place while your exploratory party visited Mount Carofin. They'd encountered a number of wind spirits who claimed kinship with Orlant, and with Orlant's mother, the goddess Carofin. Some of them are called Listening Winds, others are called the Seeing Winds. Helgana has now visited with these spirits and suggests that clans sacrifice to them and gain their favor. Ooh. Spirits can help hear what our enemies are saying. They can watch our foes' movement from the air. They can give us wisdom. There's no more lasting gift than a great poem, which is remembered forever.
So, here's the thing. She's not wrong about that.
Like, a poem is a huge...
A really good poem can really, like... Yeah, poems are an enormous deal in Orlanthi culture, and a really good poem, it can be worth, like, more than almost anything else.
Okay, so that's like... Is that better than... Because I had interpreted that invite the spirits to inhabit a shrine at my temple meant that I might be able to, like, make sacrifices to them and gain more types of magic.
That might also be the case. I actually don't know off the top of my head for this one.
Okay. It does mean that. See, that's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in getting new weird types of magic. And Colbrest agrees, and I have had a kind of a track record with disagreeing with Colbrest. I've got to say, every single time I've said no to Colbrest, I've paid for it. You remember that fox?
It's true.
I'm just saying. I'm inviting the spirits to inhabit a shrine at my temple. How much do you barter away in order to furnish the shrine? Okay, man, I don't, like... What is a good offer here?
That's a good question. I don't know.
$2 months salary? That's the minimum. We performed a ceremony of dedication, but the spirits did not manifest themselves. Helgana was disappointed, but said that we'd probably find more wonders out on Mount Carofin. Bummer. I needed to go big or go home, and I went home.
I actually just looked this up because it's one that's worth checking out for. Apparently, it's pretty much fully random. As many as doing the full 200 on both can actually fail still, but as going as little as 5 on both can succeed.
So the answer is don't overthink it.
Yeah.
Interesting. It's okay, my cow blessing will pay off. I don't mind going deeper.
So, it's worth noting, you did do quests magic this year.
Oh, right, I do still need to do that. Fuck. That's right, I forgot. The herds of the Carl Ortosi have been infested by the evil chaotic beings called Brews. Everyone knows the cattle must be destroyed before they give birth to more brews. What other measures do you take? If we approach our neighbors, we can combine our efforts against the Brews. We've been building our forces in preparation for a situation like this. Whatever you need, my men shall do.
The Brews are awful. They're real awful.
This is every herd owner's worst fear. Everyone imagines himself in Ortosi's position. There is no conciliation with chaos. Usually chaos is called by Kinstrife, but sometimes it arrives on its own. Thank you. Brews are dangerous opponents. If we engage them, we can expect some of our warriors to die hideous deaths. And? If we sacrifice to the gods, the Brews would strike elsewhere. Alright, so what recommendations
did I get?
It's not
even an option available to you.
Seek, wage a concerted war. Recruit weapon thanes outside the clan, step up patrols. Would this give me more weapon thanes, even if some of them died? Would this option actually give me more?
Probably, yeah.
But
it might be one where you can just get extra weapon thanes, yeah.
But it also doesn't seem like, based on its wording, that it engages them directly. And I feel like it's advising me to engage them directly. I'm going to seek the help of nearby clans. That does seem decent. Fingers crossed, everybody.
Okay.
We're really holding out for that one. Okay, so let's do a quest, maybe. So my options are Issaries the Conciliator. And the other one I had was...
Orlanth Naroka.
Orlanth Naroka. To end a drought caused by a kinsman, Orlanth slew a dragon and rescued Heller, the rain god. This quest can bring rain, gain a treasure, strengthen our clan or quester, make dragon newts fear us, or shield us from kin strife. Well, now you're telling me about the kin strife, huh? During darkness, Issaries restored travel trade and talking by bringing peace to 2 warring tribes. This quest can end a feud. That's an option. Improve relations with others, enhance our trade, learn about Dragon Pass, learn new myths, or strengthen the quester.
So Issaries the Conciliator, it's worth noting, you don't have to have, for at least some of these, you don't have to have the person doing it be one of that god's worshippers.
Sure.
So if you wanted to strengthen someone else, you totally can do that.
So you're saying Wilms could be even more powerful?
Yeah, Wilms could absolutely be more powerful.
That's an attractive option. I might have to do that. It might be worthwhile for me to read about the Issaries the Conciliator lore. Even if I get that bug, I mean, I can just close the game and reopen it. It doesn't really do that much.
Sure.
Issaries the Conciliator. Issaries teaches us that you can travel, you can trade. After all, trading is the art of taking something from where it's not needed and delivering it to where it is needed. Issaries also says if you can trade, you can talk and find peace. You can talk and find peace. If I depend on you for your extra grain, and you depend on me for your extra meat, we can only become friends. Further, if we are friends, if we are talking, we'll work together to keep peace, driving off bandits and enemies and other bad things, allowing for safe travel. This is a story of the time when everything had shattered. So Issaries set out for the furthest reaches of his very long trade route. He convinced the know-it-all god to come and assist him, because it was a very confused time and things were very mixed up. He convinced Stormbull to come along because there were many bad things that needed to be beaten back. So know-it-all and Stormbull went with him. Issaries searched for a very long time to find the worst part of the problem. Finally found a special route, let him cross the big water simply by walking downstairs. There he found people suffering greatly. He visited a clan called Digging Stick people. Their tulas were the battleground for the Long Noses and the Big Teeth, 2 other peoples who were fighting each other. Whenever they fought, the Digging Stick pastures were trampled. Their cows were stolen and eaten by hungry soldiers, their carls were captured and ransomed so the armies could buy weapons. Their weapon thanes were pressed into service, risking their lives for no reward. Stormbull said, "It is good to see fighting. There's another battle coming up, the biggest battle of all. Everyone should get in practice." Know-it-all said, "These people are not, technically speaking, the same as our people. Legally, we're not obligated to help them." But Issaries said, "Stormbull, if a big important battle is coming up, all peoples must learn to unite and fight only their real foes. Know-it-all, the things we have in common with these people are more important than the things which separate us. I must help them." Know-it-all had never been generous, so he refused to help. So Issaries, protected by Stormbull, went to talk to the Long Noses. Issaries spoke with their priestess, Oriska. She was troublesome. "We have no cause to make peace with the Big Teeth. They have always attacked and killed us. Our best and finest are murdered. They take our leaders, our priests, our healers, and our weapon thanes." Then Oriska lowered her voice and through her enormous nose whispered a shameful secret. "Then they are eaten. The Big Teeth devour our flesh and prevent our bones from being interred in my holy secret place. We can never make peace with them so long as they eat us. Now that the thing called death has come into the world, it is impossible." So Issaries went to talk to the Big Teeth. They were very fierce and said Stormbull smelled like food to them. When Issaries suggested they make peace with the Long Noses, their leader, Paratur, laughed. It has long been decreed that we should eat the Long Noses, for they are large and juicy and flavorful. They can eat the grass of the plains and the leaves of the forest, but we cannot. We won't starve just to please others. We could eat you 2 legs instead, devour the villagers whose tulas you are so concerned about, but I do not think you would consider that a just solution. We cannot do as you ask, for how does one make peace with one's dinner? Issaries was at a loss, so he asked the know-it-all for a few answers. Know-it-all told him that the Long Noses, except for their noses and their fur and their teeth, except for their noses, their fur, and their teeth, just like very large cows. Know-it-all also said that the Big Teeth were just very big lynxes and had to be treated like pets. So Stormbull went to the Longnose encampment and romanced Oriska. Then Isserys said to her, "The Big Teeth are always going to eat some of you. If you can accept that bad thing..." The Big Teeth are always going to eat some of you. If you can accept that bad thing, then perhaps the other things could be made better. Stop complaining about getting eaten, you know? Just focus on the good parts. Then Stormbull went to the Big Teeth encampment, fought Parator, and showed him who is boss. You must eat, but now the Longnoses exact a heavy toll for each of you. For each of them you succeed in taking. If you're willing to lose some of your choices, other things could be made better. So Oriska and Parator agreed to meet. Oriska agreed to accept Parator's right to eat some of her people. Parator agreed that his people would only attack the old, the sick, and the cotters of the Longnose tribe. He also agreed that the Big Teeth would meet the Longnoses during Earth season and turn over the bones of the eaten, so that they might be interred in Oriska's secret holy way, and their spirits sent to the right place. It was not long before the two groups started trading things other than bones of the dead, and people whose tulas were once trampled soon joined in the trading as well. Gradually this spread through the world, and trade led to talking, talking allowed travel, and travel permitted trade. Things were still very bad, but they became just good enough for people to hope again, and to band together. Isserys could then get ready to leave the world and go on his most dangerous journey ever, but that is another story, and one that everybody knows. Yeah, you all know that other story.
So that's Isserys the Conciliator. Yeah.
Okay, so I just have to hope I remember the important details when it comes time to reenact that. This is a really interesting concept for a mechanic. Like, if you can remember the lore, then you have a better chance of succeeding.
Yeah.
I think that's a very
there's
compelling...
still some options. Yeah, and there's still some options that don't necessarily 100%. You know, it doesn't have to necessarily be 100% accurate to that.
I know it's a gamble, but man, I want my already fucked up good guy to become extra fucked up good.
Yeah, it is a gamble, but you know what? Try it out. Also, he's not likely to die because of this.
Yeah, just lose his legs.
That wasn't permanent on the Elmal, dude.
I'll remind you that there was a point in time where he didn't have legs, and then only after that did he get into a fight with the author of Sores, who decided to reopen those wounds. I'm just saying, it wasn't a very great time for the last guy sent on a quest.
No, Elmal Guards the Stead is a story of one man getting fucked up over and over again. It happens. And here's the wild thing, that's not the most dangerous hero quest.
That's great.
No, the most dangerous hero's quest is actually Uralda's Blessing down there, the cow larp.
I'm going to call in a favor from, Arzarni. Is there any reason to, like, prioritize one over the other? Like, do they have some sort of specific attribute that makes them better for helping with quests?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so it's literally just like calling in a favor.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, that's what we're doing. People have gathered to help... The people have gathered their magic to help propel Wilms into the realm of the gods. With the assistance of 10 Arzarni. Wilms is not a worshipper of Isserys, but people hoped he could succeed anyway. This myth begins during the Great Darkness, when trade, travel, and talking have fallen apart. Isserys puts these back together by traveling to a strange place and bringing conciliation to a pair of warring tribes. What benefit does Wilms seek from this quest? I want to make the quester stronger. Yes. Yeah. You can bring the helpers from your clan to take the parts of Lancor Mai and Stormbull in the... Oh, Lancor Mai was the know-it-all god? Okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. And Stormbull in the...
Yes, he's the know-it-all god. Yep.
Or you can go alone, hoping you meet these two deities when you arrive in the realm of the gods.
I want to say, if you read the Lancor Mai version of this myth, which... So, Isserys, the Conciliator, and Lancor Mai finds the truth happen concurrently.
Okay.
There's myths that happen at the same time. Lancor Mai calls Isserys like a pet nickname the entire time as well.
Gotcha.
They're like rivals, but they're also both parts of the Lightbringers, and you know, fundamentally they're on the same side, but they do make fun of each other all the time.
Sure. We have seen ducks. The Thunder Ducks are friends of ours. Is there any reason for me to pick one over the other, or is this kind of like a, hey homie, you pick?
So it's... there is like a kind of trade-off on this one. It's really easy to get Urox to follow you, but Lanker Mai is a little bit harder.
Okay. So I'll bring helpers from my clan, I guess.
Up to you.
Who takes the role of Lankor Mai?
Well, thankfully, you have an amazing Lanker Mayan right there. So
Maybe that'll make my situation better. Who takes the role of Stormbull? Someone who's good at combat. I mean, I could bring her. This is a risk on everyone. Maybe everything goes to shit, but you know what? Like, go big or go home. Wilm searches for a very long time to find the worst part of the problem. What does he decide must be the worst part? I think it's that people no longer are talking to one another. Okay, so this is the part where we're going to realize that I don't have very good retention, but I'm going to try to go it alone on this.
okay, gotcha.
People are enemies and no longer talking with one another. This realization enabled Wilms to find a special route by digging in a hillside. He uncovered a passageway that allowed the group to cross the big water simply by walking down steps. On their way to
correct. That is what happens in the myth.
Yeah.
So.
On their way to their destination, the three are attacked by a number of chaos beasts. Finally, while traveling through a ruined city, the group is attacked by a giant chaos thing, one whose name can only be pronounced by the dead. Ooh.
What a fucking cool ass like myth sounding thing. A beast whose name can only be pronounced by the dead.
That's yeah, I think I slid past that one a little too fast. That is pretty metal.
Yeah. And the art is, of course, extremely sick. The one with the most sick art is the Humoct one.
Okay. This doesn't feel like something I remember directly from the lore, but I'm sure it was. Help Stormbull fight the Chaos Thing directly. Lend magic to Stormbull. Let Stormbull fight alone. I want to say... I mean, I guess to a certain extent I'm allowed to be wrong, but I don't remember what the actual story was. I'm going to say help Stormbull fight the Chaos Thing. Oops. Oops.
Yeah, so... Urox doesn't need help. You just put yourself in pointless danger.
Yeah, and Wilms is dead now?
Wilms is dead now.
Well, that doesn't feel like that went my way.
It super didn't.
When does the autosave happen? Just out of curiosity. No reason I'm asking.
I believe it's at the start of every season, so if you wanted to just load this up, you can.
But that's gonna... Oh, okay. Okay.
This was not the new season. Yeah.
Well... Nope, here's where we are.
Okay, no.
Bummer.
You can roll back. I believe that's under Saga.
Oh, is it? Oh, you can roll back?
Yeah, okay. You'd have to roll back to the start of the year.
Oh. Maybe I should have studied more. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, that's fine. I can fix it.
Nah, the crunchy thing was my end. I should have started there.
Probably not actually. It gets robotic on my end as well because of the way that I do audio capture. Because I do Discord through application audio capture, every now and then I get like a sample rate error and it starts to get crunchy.
I was thinking that it might have been an audio DG problem with voice meter and getting picked up. So here's the funny thing. That wasn't mentioned in the story.
Oh, okay.
The chaos creature thing, where you're supposed to negatively import and process that as. So Istories didn't do that at all. Urox just handled that because Urox does that.
Gotcha. So I was supposed to note that because I didn't see that happen in the story, that sending Wilms out to do something was the wrong answer.
Yeah, because if there's combat, Urox can handle it. he's the Storm Bull. He fights. That's all he does.
Sure. Well, that's a lesson for next time, I guess. I now know. Okay, so I have to say, so I'm winding down now. I think this is probably where I'm gonna.
This is a good place to stop.
I'm gonna stop because we did talk about what time we wanted to stop. But what I'm gonna say is that walking into this game, I kind of expected it to be. We talked about this before I started the stream. I said that I've envisioned this game as being kind of like Oregon Trail meets like Princess Maker kind of style of game. And this game is so wildly beardy. It feels so incredibly up my alley. Like I'm very interested in investigating this further. This game is I don't think that it compares to anything else, really. It is extremely its own thing.
And now there's actually 2 more entries in its like series. It actually is a series now because there's also 6 Ages, Ride Like the Wind, and 6 Ages Light Goes Out.
So do the other games just follow the lore, or is it mechanically similar games as well?
They're mechanically similar games, although slightly less black boxy.
Okay. Like modernized, right? Like
slightly.
Yeah.
It's still very much like this.
Gotcha.
But they're actually not just. They're not exactly the same. Like you're not actually playing as Orlanthi in Ride Like the Wind.
Okay.
You know those horse.
I was just about to say, are you the horse raider, the horse nomads?
You are absolutely the horse riders in that one. Yes.
That kicks ass.
Yeah, being a rider is very different from being a ram, which is an Orlanthi.
Gotcha.
So it's like they're leaning in on that. Like, okay, yeah, this is one where you're playing as a different part of the setting.
I think that this is such a cool concept for a game. I mean, I'm certainly much more intrigued by it mechanically. Like, I feel like a game that has this much lore kind of holds you at arm's length until you finally decide to dive in and understand it fully. But even if I said, okay, I'm not as interested in the lore, I still think mechanically this game has so much interesting going for it.
Mm-hmm. For what it's worth, I'm actually a huge fan of the writing in this game. Very few games that get me to say that. I love, King of Dragon Pass's entire vibe and the way that this game is written, where it's very mythological feeling.
Yeah.
But about stuff that's not a mythology that exists, so.
Yeah, of what I've seen of the writing so far, a lot of it feels very smart, and at the same time it also feels like it's describing a it feels like it's describing civilizations that feel real without feeling like they're using existing civilizations as a touchstone. Like, it doesn't feel like there's explicitly like, you know, these are the Mongols and these are the Turks. It like feels like they're all very unique. They're all doing their own unique thing.
Orlanthi are like vaguely Celtic, but only vaguely. They actually have their entire like thing still going on with them. Like, yeah, it's reminiscent of the real world, but distinct and different. But yes, it's because this setting was written by an anthropologist.
I'm glad that I finally got around to playing this at your insistence for a very long time, because I think my takeaway is that this game warrants the somewhat rabid infatuation you have with it. I think it deserves the love.
Not a tremendous amount of people have played this game, but the people who have played this game adore this game.
Yeah, I'm not certain when I'm going to play it next, but I can guarantee that I'm going to play more of this, because it seems like a game that at the very least I kind of just want to see more of what it has on offer, and it feels like it's got a ton on offer. Yeah, so that's all I got. You got anything you want to share with the people? Anything you want to plug? Anything you got going on? You just got done with your big marathon.
Yeah, I don't have any more planned for the month, although I do have my birthday is coming up on the 13th.
Oh shit!
Next month.
Yeah, that's coming up soon.
It's in a Still a pretty ways away, but like, you know, that's what it is. I am going to play through Hunt Down the Freeman for the 4th time, I think. Because I'm cursed for the rest of my life and in perpetuity to play Hunt Down the Freeman every year. So
Whether you want to or
there's
not.
that. Whether I want to or not, and let me tell you, I don't want to.
Yeah, I think one of the nice things about streaming this game is that I tend to view games like this very conservatively, but I think one of the enjoyable things about streaming is I'm very much inclined to just say I'd rather produce good content than win. And so I feel like I already got to see more stuff that I would have gotten to see if I were playing this on my own off stream, because I was willing to gamble more.
It's also very much a game that there's a lot of games that are like this that I like a lot and like to introduce to people. But it's one of those games where it's hard to get into it on your own.
Right.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Where-
No, I get that. I certainly could have done this stream without you, but at the same time, like, I think one of the reasons why I'm walking away from it feeling so positive about it is because I kind of had you here to smooth over the rough edges.
It does have rough edges for sure. Like, the rough edges that they introduced into this version they didn't know about, like playing the tutorial, which forces you to make bad decisions.
Yeah. I was only too happy to scrap that run and throw it to a different one.
Mhm.
Alright, well, I'm gonna wrap up for tonight. I don't know if I've got
That's a
anything
good plan.
specific going on in the next few days, but thank you so much. I'll let you know when I'm planning to play this next, and it's totally up to you if you want to hang out for more of it. If you just want to be able to enjoy it from the gallery, you can do that too, but I'll keep you in the...
I will absolutely love to hang out for more of this.
Sure.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll let you know next time.
Yeah.
Alright, well, thanks for being on here, and thanks for showing me the ropes. If you haven't followed Doc already, then we're not friends.
Wow.
Sorry. I don't know what to tell you.
I can't follow myself, so I guess that means we're not friends.
You get a pass. Let's see who's on. Alright. I'm going to rage all over to Skybills. Thanks so much for hanging out. This game rules. I'll probably see it again within the next week or two at least. I'm interested to see what more there is. Take it easy, everyone. Have a great